City
This
of Port Orford,
conference will now be recorded.
regular session of the Common Council of the City of Port Orford for Thursday, July 18th at 5:11. I'll do a quick roll call. And Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Tidy,
Present.
Councilor Pogwitz,
I'm here.
Councilor Rask,
Yes.
Councilor Velisis,
Yes.
Councilor Webb.
Webb present.
Okay, we'll bypass the Pledge of Allegiance today, and I would entertain a motion to open up executive session under ORS 1926602D to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry on labor negotiations.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, everybody good with that by consensus?
Yep.
All right, we're going to close, or well, now we're going to go into executive session. Go ahead, Diana.
Nope.
No.
This
Okay,
conference
so
will now
everyone,
be
thank you for your
recorded.
patience. We had to have an executive session at the start of the meeting. As usual, they go about 20 minutes longer than you plan. Technical difficulties, actually, as usual, just because of the nature of it. So we're coming out of that. We have a short blip from our attorney, and then we'll get into the rest of our meeting. So go ahead, Diana.
Oh, from Diana. Well, this is back into the regular public session. Yes, we did meet in executive session to discuss labor relations matters. I will note in my own behalf that the delay was based on technical difficulties, not on lawyer difficulties. But thank you, Mayor Cox. We did discuss ratification of the tentative agreement reached between the Teamsters Union Public Works section and the city of Port Orford. That tentative agreement was reached prior to my involvement, prior to the current city manager. It was with the interim city manager. And the city council very carefully considered the proposed tentative agreement, and they have requested that both the city manager and I prepare for them some more detailed information regarding the cost of the implementation of that tentative agreement. I will note that the union did notify me this week that they had ratified the tentative agreement, and we appreciate that. But we will be working towards getting some more information to the city council. They are not prepared to either adopt or reject the tentative agreement, and I will communicate that with the union leadership that we will need some more time. We will strive to do that in a very expeditious manner, and we'll be back in touch. And so thank you, Mayor Cox, for that time period.
Thank you, Diana. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're through that. Is any additions to the agenda from anyone? Joseph? No. No additions to the agenda that you know of. Okay, so no presentations to council. That moves us into item 7, the consent calendar. So I'll get a motion on that unless somebody wants to pull anything out of it.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar. Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Everything looked good on the application for appointment.
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion?
Is that gentleman here with us today?
No, I don't.
He is, but he did go, like it's, but people are going before their entities before they get the application in. So I'll call for the vote. Councilor Tidy,
Yes.
Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Rask,
Yes.
Councilor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Councilor Pogwitz,
Yes.
Councilor Velez.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move on to citizen concerns. Please speak on agenda items only. If by chance you are here to speak about the condition, you'll have the opportunity a little bit later once we open up that hearing. But right now it's public comment for anything on the agenda. If anybody wants to come up. Is there anyone online that has a citizen's concern for the agenda?
dog.
No hands raised.
Perhaps a grandchild.
No hands raised. Give me 1 second. And no one is messaging.
Okay, then we will move on to item number 9, the appeal of the conditional use permit 1602 and 1603. So I will open up this public hearing at 6:03. My name is Pat Cox. I'm the mayor of Port Orford, and Port Orford, Oregon, and wanted to remind you all that the city council members are all volunteers elected by the city of Port Orford citizens. The purpose of this hearing, the council's role is to hear appeal of extension of 2 planning commission approvals for conditional uses. These include extensions of permits 16-02 and 16-03 to develop a pump station and pipeline for the purpose of delivering recycled wastewater to a proposed golf course north of town in Curry County. The hearing is not to address the benefits or drawbacks permits. It's to address the extension decision only. Okay, so at this point, I will ask any of the councilors. Members of the city council are now asked to disclose any discussions that they've had regarding the appeals that are before us and/or any bias that they may have.
I would say that, last fall, we talked to Mr. Russell, Mayor Cox and I and Mr. Huddle talked about the project, not so much the appeal, but the project. So I don't know if that's important to disclose. I've talked to, before I was a city council member, I talked to Mr. Russell and I've talked to Ms. Cease and many other residents. I talked to Senator Smith about this project. And I talked to Joseph about specific info related to the criteria of this case and the materials related to it. And I don't think that any of those conversations will impair my ability to make a decision.
I have also had a conversation with Senator Smith, and same as Ann, does not affect my ability to be open-minded.
Mm-hmm. And I have talked with him over the years about it too, and this appeal too. And so, I mean, then that is what the question is about this appeal and the parameters of this decision. So
I think we've all had a discussion about the project.
yeah, and so it's just this extension from when the planning meeting was last month, that 21-day period. So
I think it's just good practice to tell. That's part of what we're asked to do. So.
Does anyone on the council have facts or information to share?
I had noticed that there was something that was in the Planning Commission report, and I don't know if it got into the packet, which was that Chair Thielen had done some research and put it into the Planning Commission packet. Did that get into the packet, Joseph, here or no?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
And that was what? Yeah.
Oh, it was just some material that Chair Thielen of the Planning Commission did some research and he talked to DEQ and brought that research to the Planning Commission meeting, and it just seemed like the contents of that were of interest in maybe helping to understand why our Planning Commission made their decision. So I have that, and I can tell you about it if you want, but
is that
relevant?
well, is that information to be considered when considering the
I guess I was thinking it might be relevant because it helps us to understand why the Planning Commission made their decision. So anyway.
Because this is different. Like the last time that there was an appeal, we had the direct conversation about the timeline, which we still are now, but there's more information from planning. So it is kind of a.
So we're not
In here.
It was referred to in the minutes. So if you that are in there, but the actual documentation was not. So I brought that. If anybody's interested, we can discuss
So this is sort of a quasi judicial situation here, and
Not sort of.
you're not supposed to consider certain information when making your decision. And if we have new information being considered when making a decision,
Well, I was
then
told,
that puts us in a bit of a situation.
okay, I was sorry, I was
Just
told
saying.
that it was a public, if there is information in the public record. And so that's why I was bringing it, because I refer that we can review information in the public record. And I did that, but I don't know if other council members had done that. So.
And it was referring to the,
Hold on one second. Crystal or Mrs. Cooper Esquire? Or Miss, I'm sorry, I haven't officially met you, but do you have any insight on this and what we're allowed to speak on? Because we did get a packet of material as far as the minutes from the planning commission meeting. And we just, before we start talking, we really want to know what the parameters are.
This is
Go ahead.
Crystal. Did you
Go
want
ahead.
me to talk?
Yes, please.
There's been a couple discussions at the Planning Commission, which I thought you were talking about at first. They're planning on, they hope to change their code over time. And so those things have come up at the Planning Commission hearing, and they want to change that section of the code, but that would not apply at all to what we're doing tonight. They haven't changed it, and it's just a long-term thing. The documents that you're talking about, and or Councilor Velisis, probably should be on the website as background information. I do, and Greg Thielen, I think, is at your meeting, but I do think he did present them at that meeting, and they just maybe didn't ever get into the record. So you could ask Greg, and if he presented them at the meeting, they probably should be on the website, placed on the website or given to people.
Then,
Is Greg at your meeting?
He is.
Okay, good.
And then I'm going to gamble and say, Mrs. Esquire, could you?
You can just call me Lori. I think that's the best
Okay,
bet.
perfect. That's much easier for me.
I would echo. I mean, I didn't attend the planning commission meeting, but I would echo what Crystal said. If it was presented at that planning commission meeting, it's part of the record and should be included, in this.
Okay. Yeah, because we were confined to the time, like the wordage on what a 1-year extension meant last time. So basically, we're trying to make sure that we can have a little more open dialogue without getting in hot water for, like what Ann's wanting to present.
Correct. Whether it's relevant or not is sort of a separate question. I mean, but I think if it was discussed and if that written document was presented to the planning commission or the person making the comments, presented that, I think it's part of the record. So.
Okay, excellent.
Should I go make copies of that real quick?
I just didn't think that we were considering the merits of the project or any new information on the project.
Well, no, but we have this planning minutes in front of us that do have some stipulations and questions. I'm more bugged that it names a golf course north of town on this script than a specific entity. How far north of town?
Yeah, right.
Are we going to Florist Creek or Florist Lake?
Oh, man, yeah.
So, but it's stuff like that. But that's basically Crystal and Lori is we want to stay within the confines of the hearing and make sure we're, dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's. So what I'm hearing is we are allowed to speak on anything that was presented in the planning commission meeting?
Well, also this is a de novo hearing,
Right.
but if it's in the record, it should be given to you.
I was just answering Joseph's question. He said I had asked him, I identified that this had not been included as part of the record. So I asked him, well, shouldn't it be or should it be? And he said, well, you can bring it up at this moment. So I brought it up at this moment.
Do you want to read it?
So
I could at some point. I'm just,
is it the findings?
no, it's a piece of information that was shared with the planning commission that I think may help us to understand why they made their decision, which was not included in our packet. So I guess.
They didn't put it in the findings, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's related to that.
But it's based on the record that was presented to the planning commission. So we just can't have new evidence now. So that's, I guess, where the rub is. But it's not new if it was presented to the planning commission. So.
Joseph has his hand up, Pat.
Go ahead, Joe.
So to be more specific, I believe the thing that the specific piece of information Councilor Velisis is discussing is correspondence between Greg Thielen and a DEQ employee.
Yes, thank you for helping me understand, explain that.
So do I have that?
No, it's not the council, this council did not receive it in our packets.
Right.
But it was part of the record, and everything else except this seems to have been put into our packets, so.
Okay. I hold on one second, because we did get off the script for a minute there. But not that it wasn't the first questions, but I do need to ask anyone if I did the summarize of the facts and any discussions, but I need to make sure that there are no potential conflicts of interest such as family, financial, or business relationships with any of the applicants or appellants with regard to the appeal that is before us. Okay. Okay, and this would be an opportunity for members of the public to challenge any impartiality of a council member. Okay. Yes.
My name is Rich Fold, and I've lived on Hamlet Street for 10 years. I don't have anything to say about the substance of the golf course or the pipeline, but a couple of other things have troubled me that I want to comment on.
Sir, not to cut you off, but this is only if you're disputing the.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'll get to it.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right. My first comment is I know that this permit has been granted, renewed, re-renewed, re-renewed, re-renewed. I don't know how many reneweds I have to throw in there. Now tell me, I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, I suppose. I wonder, I'm assuming that there are some rules or guidelines that pertain to permitting issues like this. Of what use and meaning are those rules if this is just going to go on in perpetuity? That's a little abstract, but here's what I have to say that pertains to questions of possible bias. This issue has been going on so long, that it's beginning to smell. The smell is, that offensive odor is, in my mind, and I'm only speaking for myself, and to me, there is a growing suspicion that there may be some impropriety in the relationship between Port Orford City Council and ERPD. That's all.
No. So was that saying everybody?
That's vague as hell. Yeah.
Okay, so let me read the next part of that. Members of the public. Okay, do any of you have, now's your opportunity to respond to that as far as the council.
Excuse me?
Members of the public may challenge the impartiality of any council member at this time. The council member will have an opportunity to respond to such a challenge. So now would be, that was kind of a broad statement.
That was a shotgun blast is what that was. I guess I got hit by a pebble or two. I resent that. I've seen things both ways. I've let them down and I've let them down. And I'm going to continue to let them down and I'm going to let them down until this thing goes away. And the law is that once a year, this can be renewed or ask for extensions. That's the way it is written. There is no maximum. They could go 422 times as long as it's done once a year. That's the law. I guess I'm a bit shocked.
And speaking to that, it says right here from our attorney, the city has the authority to interpret its code. The city has the authority to interpret its code. So to go back in history, there's been, 3 or 4 councils now that have approved these CUPs. I'm probably maybe one of the only original ones that have been along for that whole ride.
Hey now.
But in my opinion, I don't think you'll find a fair group of people sitting at this table up here, to be honest with you.
Okay, so we can move on, I think, from that. Thank you, everyone. This appeal is a de novo appeal based on the record that was presented to the Planning Commission. No new evidence can be submitted. And now we are going to move on to our city attorney report, which we got before the meeting. Laura, what's that?
There are copies in the back.
Oh, and there are copies at the back of the room as well, as far as the staff report. So, Lori, did you want to run through that for us, or should I read
Sure.
this out loud? Oh, go
I
ahead.
can run through that, and I won't read it verbatim, but it's very similar to past staff reports on this issue. So, this is, of course, an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the request for extension of the CUPs. That denial occurred at the June 10th Planning Commission meeting, and as your code provides, an appeal can be filed, and the applicant appealed the denial of this request for an extension. And as was discussed earlier, CUPs were originally approved in April of 2017 and have been granted yearly extensions ever since. And I'll just read the applicable code section. You're probably all very familiar with it, but I'll just read it for the record. It's Port Orford Municipal Code chapter or section 17.32060, time on conditional uses, and it states authorization of a conditional use shall be void after 1 year or such lesser time as the authorization may specify, unless substantial construction has taken place. However, the Planning Commission may extend the authorization for an additional period not to exceed 1 year upon written application to the Planning Commission. So, as I mentioned, 1 year extensions have been granted for this CUP since 2018, and this permits to remain active and allow the applicant to continue to work through the permitting process at the state level. As I'm sure you all know, prior appeal of these approved extensions, it's been litigated at least once through the Land Use Board of Appeals, and the Land Use Board of Appeals found that the city was within its rights to interpret its own code and to allow multiple extensions of time for this conditional use permit. So the only issue before the council at this hearing is whether to affirm the Planning Commission's decision in denying the extension or overturn the Planning Commission's decision and approve the requested extension. Discussion of the underlying permit and the merits thereof, as we've discussed earlier, are not appropriate, as those subjects were handled at the hearing upon the original CUP approval back in 2017. Any discussion at this hearing should be relevant to the code provision that I just talked about, just about the extension. There's findings that are in the record from 2020 when the council approved an extension of these permits, and basically the findings are the same thing today, and I'll just read those quickly. And these were upheld by LUBA, by the way. Number one, the request for an extension was timely filed by the applicant for an extension of CUPs. Number two, the city has authority to interpret its code. Number three, the city's interpretation of its code is that the city has the authority to grant extensions for the period of 1 year per extension. There is no limit on the number of extensions which may be granted, so long as the duration of each does not exceed 1 year. The granting of extensions is not contingent on whether there has been a substantial construction. You know, I read earlier that there's that substantial construction piece, but that isn't relevant here because it's just a request for extension. So the substantial construction piece doesn't. The city's interpretation is consistent with the previous decisions in this matter, granting multiple extensions for a period of 1 year each. So the applicant has submitted draft findings for the council to consider, I think, which are in your packet. The council may adopt those findings in total. They may partially adopt pieces of those findings or create its own findings relevant to the criteria set in your code, including the items I just read to you out of my report about the findings. Potential motion listed on the bottom, which could go either way. I move to either uphold or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to grant a 1 year extension, and that's an error. I'm sorry, I was using an old form. It should be the Planning Commission's decision to deny a 1 year extension of the CUP. So you're either going to vote to uphold the Planning Commission's decision, which would deny the extension, or if you overturn the planning commission's decision, that would grant the extension. And that's all I have to say at this point, and I'm open for questions, or we can continue to discuss any issues the council wants to discuss.
Questions for Lori?
I have a question I'd like to ask for clarification. When we've had this decision before, previous council has said that when we approve the extension for the CUP, we are not guaranteeing that the project will ultimately be approved because there are many other things to work out. And yet, in some of the language of the applicant, it sort of suggests that, every time we do approve this, I guess I'm concerned that there are a number of things that are outstanding that we haven't worked out yet, or that conditions have changed in our infrastructure, quality and situation since this agreement was initially made. And so I guess I'm wondering, if we approve this, does it make us more beholden to continue to approve it, or when we get the chance to have those discussions about what we're really in on? For example, I think the agreement says that we have to provide a certain amount of sewage that we may or may not be able to pull off. Like a couple weeks ago, we had some drivers blow up in the wastewater treatment plant. So like, if we can't do it, or are we getting ourselves on the hook for something? Is that a problem? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I really don't think so. I think you're just approving an extension for a CUP that was approved, in 2017. I haven't looked at the conditions of that recently or anything, but that's what it is. There's nothing new. This is not creating any guarantees. This is merely keeping alive or not the CUP permit. That's all. It's really quite procedural. So, I mean, on the one hand, you might say, well, that keeps it alive, that keeps the project alive. If they have to come back and apply for a new CUP, maybe things would change. And that may be true, but the way your code is written, as long as they apply for the extension every year, then they can get it, really. So it's ultimately up to the council to decide, what code says. And but short answer to your question, Councilor, I do not think this gives anybody any guarantees. It just merely keeps the project, the same status it had.
That was asked for in time. Like, that was one of the concerns. Was it asked for in time, or is that kind of what we're talking about right now? Is that the transition? And for the council, remember when ERPD approached us again, they came with that agreement. And that was the document that really, where we would ask the questions and what we wanted to dig into. And then things faltered with staff change, and we were going to come back and get a meeting. But then the conditional use started, and the date question, which that's up for more discussion, how that went out. And so I know what people want to ask. I know that those questions are questions that we've had for every time we do these, but we haven't had the opportunity to ask them because we haven't had an agreement in front of us. We haven't had the opportunity to talk. There's so many parameters that we don't know about. It's hard not to get them mixed up. But right now, we're talking about this continual use, and pretty much if we want to continue the conversation or not. And I don't know what the other side of it would be, as far as if they could come back next year or how that works. But
They could come back next week and say, well, I want to apply again.
right. And that's why we don't want to be overly cumbersome to anybody, but there are the issues of when it was signed, the date that it was signed, the communication. And obviously there's reasoning here that we'll hear from the appellants too. But just want to remind everyone of that, is there was those two issues right at the same time.
So explain the difference between renewal and reapplying. Is it cost? Is it money? Is it time?
Money and time. I mean, that, I shouldn't answer that question. I'm assuming it's money and time, but to redo the process, money and time is the biggest concern, I would
Well, it
imagine.
seems like
Is
this
Mr. Cluse?
council has had problems. The problems has been money and time. We're sitting here saying they're not getting nothing done, money and time, and now we're going to throw more wired money and time at them, and that doesn't make any sense
For anyone involved.
for anyone.
Well,
Was there a question?
can I just speak for a second? I think you should kind of stick to your process. Mr. Cluse will have a chance to talk, and I think you should probably ask him a question in the appropriate time on your agenda here.
Thank you. That's why we twisted your arm into coming here.
Yeah.
I have a concern about the timeliness because the initial,
But hold,
sorry,
well, I need to stick to the script is what she was saying, and we will have an
I thought we were
opportunity
done with
to
the
ask
script.
these questions, but we, like,
Oh, I thought you asked.
The
if
longer
you had any
script than I thought.
we get to talk after the appellant presents. The next, this is a no Nova hearing. We have heard the city attorney report. Now we are moving on to the presentation of appeal from the appellant.
It is now the time for me to raise my hand.
Yes, you're on the
And
big screen.
obvious. Oh, good. You can hear me and see me. That's all that matters. I'm Bill Close. I have been representing. I'm kind of. I know my client is there, and I believe, or at least is in line to talk to you. But I just wanted to cut in line first and make a couple big picture points. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. And answer any questions you might have. I just sent Lori a copy of the very, very, very first CUP issued in 2017. It was actually issued on June 17th, 2017. And there was discussion about April 2017. My hunch is that was the date of the application, and that the city council actually signed that document on June 16th, 2017. And so, in my view, that should be the anniversary date for the permit. I know my client always starts calling me around December and say, hey, now, Bill, let's make sure we don't miss this next extension. We're getting our materials together. And so he's always been early, just as a precaution. But it would really be good, I think, if the order you adopt with whatever findings you make were to actually recite the anniversary date so that we don't have arguments about that later. So that's just that's an important point. Secondly, I guess I want to confirm with Lori. My assumption was that I'm confident that the city council, in reviewing this planning commission decision, starts from scratch and makes its own decision and doesn't owe any deference to what the planning commission does. There aren't any legal hurt feelings if you reverse the planning commission. Lori, I also thought that the evidentiary record was open for everybody and anybody to submit anything they wanted that was relevant at the city council. And I thought I heard you say that it was on the existing record.
That was my error, Bill. I didn't mean that. I just meant that the existing planning commission record should be in front. Yeah.
Yeah, it all comes in. Yeah, good. Okay. We're on the same page then. So this is a very interesting kind of permit because it's a permit with interesting in my line of work. I mean, intrinsically not interesting, but in my line of work, it's interesting because there are no standards for making the decision. And this was sort of thrashed about in the Luba decision when one of the opponents took an earlier extension decision to Luba. And Luba affirmed the city council's decision to grant the extension. And somewhere in that decision, Luba made the point that I made in the brief, which is that when you look, lawyers, when they are applying for permits, always look at the code or the plan and say, well, what the heck are the standards here that we have to meet to get what we want? And when you look at your code on the issue of extending a CUP, there ain't no standards. And so it's really different. And what that boils down to is whether you want to approve it or deny it. It's just completely in your discretion. You can't do it wrong. You just can't do it wrong. It's almost two decisions that you could never get wrong. So but that's an important point also. I guess in response to the one comment about, hey, kids, all this has been going on too long. That issue is really kind of a corollary to there aren't any standards for making the decision. Your code could be written differently. You could rewrite it so no extensions are needed. But it is what it is. And LUBA, I mean, this was the main issue in the LUBA appeal. The opponent said to LUBA, permit holder only gets one extension. After that, they got to go back to GO and don't collect $200, pay $200. And LUBA said, no, that's not the way the code's written. Every year, you can come forward with your hat in your hand, and you can ask for another extension. And it's totally up to the city council what they want to do, or planning commission, and then city council. So that's kind of the big picture. I'm gonna drop back to the back bench now and let my client take the mic, and they can get down into the nitty gritty of this. And I'm sure available to help out around the edges if I can. Thanks. Unless you have any questions of me right now.
I just have one quick one. You were talking about the original June date of the signature. Why would that have any bearing, since you have 6 or 7 conditional uses since then that establish a new date every time it gets signed?
Well, that's a good point. When we talk about, we were talking earlier about you get to interpret your code, and I guess that could be an ambiguity in your code.
We have found.
It's like, it just seemed to me that the most logical way of calculating the year would be to say, when did we issue the first permit? And everybody's going to agree that's June 17th, 2017. So then as you move forward year by year, an anxious applicant comes in and applies for an extension. They may come in earlier, they could come in later. And the city council could make a decision earlier or later. And you could say, well, the year starts from the date that the extension request decision was actually made and reduced to writing and signed. You could do that, I think. That'd probably be a reasonable, plausible interpretation. Now, if that were the case, then the 2023 permit would not have expired until March. When was the 23? When was the 23 permit signed? Permit extension signed. It was signed in March.
24.
It was signed this year. It was. What happened was the city council made the extension decision last year, but they never reduced it to writing. And so when we were getting together application for 2024, we were looking around for the actual written document, which was the decision from 2023, and nobody could find it. Everybody was on the hunt for it, Crystal and Joseph and so on, and my client, Jim Haley, and nobody could find it. And we finally figured out that nobody ever bothered to put a piece of paper in front of the city council with an order saying on such and such a date the city council did this, and sign it. And it's the signed order that is the actual decision, and is the decision that's appealable to LUBA. And so to clear away all the chaff, we suggested to staff that we had just filed for an extension for 2024, but how about we draft an order reducing the 2023 extension to writing and give notice to everybody who's entitled to the notice, give them a chance to appeal to LUBA. And once no appeal has been filed, then we've got a clear deck and we can pick up the 2024 application and start moving it forward. And here we are. That's what we did. So you could say, you know, that the 2023 extension extended all the way to when the 2023 decision was reduced to writing and signed. Things get a little messy. And it just seems to me that to keep it the cleanest possible, we should be using the date that the first permit was signed as the start of the 1 year. And then, so the 1 year anniversary comes every year after that. And the applicant's obligation is to get an application filed before that 1 year expires, and then have the city council ultimately make a decision on that. That's more words than I needed probably to say, but it's really up to you folks what you want to do.
Yeah, because I don't know if this is the time to say it, but the first time that me and Mr. Klaus interacted was via email, and I had informed you at that time that I personally wouldn't sign any document dated any other day than when the decision was made by council.
Right.
And you had said that sounded sound, but then I hadn't heard anything past then until, 2 weeks ago, or when this started coming back up. So there was a disconnect there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure Crystal can fill you in on that. I kept in touch with Crystal on all that.
Because that was before I thought we had talked with Crystal on that. But no, it's just a dates thing. So
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and specifically states that for extension purposes, the date of approval was April 20th, 2023.
gotcha.
No matter when it was signed, it
Okay.
specifically states.
Okay. So it's Troy's turn now. I shouldn't have asked. It was just close to it was the best time to plug it in there because I'll come back to it though. So, Mr. Russell, thank you for your patience.
I'm sorry, I'm already beyond my 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Mayor Cox, councilors, Joseph. For the record, my name is Troy Russell. I'm a native of Coos County and a resident of Bandon. I submitted a letter on Monday, and I'll just read that here for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input in the appeal of the Planning Commission's June 10th denial of CUP 1602 and 1603, and an update regarding progress made on the project to date. Since approval in April 2017, progress on the project has been slower than anticipated for a variety of reasons. LUBA appeals, the change of engineering firms due to a conflict. Engineering firm for the city and us seemed like a good idea, but it wasn't. Personnel changes at the Department of Environmental Quality, as well as they lost a bunch of emails in a switchover. Incomplete funding on the project. I worked out of state from June of 2017 to September of 2023, north of Seattle, so I was quite a ways away. And COVID have all contributed to delays. I offer this not as an excuse, but as a reasonable contributing factors for a project with a very small staff. Currently, the primary obstacles with moving forward with the DEQ permits are not having a contractual agreement between Elk River Property Development and the city of Port Orford for treated wastewater. And two, the DEQ needing more accurate engineering plans than we've been able to supply without that agreement. Although the city council passed a resolution to provide the city's treated effluent at no charge, this resolution is not a contract, so we have no agreement. We began working with the interim city administrator, John Huddle, in September 2023, and Mayor Cox and Councilor Velisis were there. And we had several meetings, including one with our engineering firm, Aaron Speakman of the Dyer Partnership was there. And we submitted a draft agreement, master agreement for the water to this council in January 2024. And due to city staffing challenges, little action has occurred. Because the golf patrons will be walking and playing golf on the disposal site, and irrigation will be close to the cliff, the beach, the DEQ, the Oregon Health Authority, and the Division of State Lands all weigh in, and they all have varying degrees of setbacks. So they need precise locations and engineered plans for the clubhouse, on-course restrooms, maintenance compound, irrigation reservoir, and the irrigation system. We may even have to fence off the irrigation reservoir to satisfy the Oregon Health Authority, which seems kind of ridiculous, but that's the way it is. We've been actively clearing gorse and tan oak since September of 23 out on the Knapp Ranch, and recently cleared our 12th Street parcel adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant to get it ready for surveying and engineering. As an aside, the Forest Service sent a thank you letter saying that our work in clearing tan oak has freed up $325,000 that they can use in other high priority areas to help eradicate sudden oak death. A preliminary golf course routing has also been marked out across the site, although slight changes may occur and generally do adjustments, but you can walk around there and kind of envision the golf course. The Dyer Partnership is currently working on the irrigation reservoir design, which we intend to construct this fall once the permits are in hand. Actual golf course construction is scheduled to begin in August of 2025, and we are organizing our tasks to meet that date. According to the DEQ, reuse of treated wastewater is the best practice of disposing of treated wastewater. ERPD would prefer to have treated effluent as part of our irrigation mix, as it is not only the right thing to do, but will also help foster a positive, good neighbor and a public-private partnership with the city of Port Orford. If the CUP is extended, the Dyer Partnership will also finish the engineering design of the pump station and pipeline at our cost in concert with the city of Port Orford engineering firm, and we will move forward with the DEQ permitting process. Progress can be a subjective term. The work we have accomplished over these years, especially this past year, included expenses incurred of around $2 million. From our perspective, that equals substantial progress. Thank you for your consideration, and our simple request is that you overturn the actions of the Planning Commission June 10 meeting, and as a second request, to restart negotiations on an agreement so we can get somewhere with no water. Our engineering firm and nor the DEQ wants to touch the process. It's a bit like our engineer likened it to Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown, and Charlie Brown always falls for it. Thank you. Questions?
You might want to stay up there a second. Let me get back to my script here.
Troy, who's Lucy?
I keep
Okay.
switching my papers around. That was the appellant. Joseph, what did you do with this? Staff report. There we go. Apologies, too many papers. Where's the second page of my hearing script? What did I do with that? Sorry, guys. I need the page 2 of my script. I have another one handy there. I lost the second page of my script. It's got to be around here somewhere. No.
I think that's it.
Well, maybe I need the second page then. Yeah, I'm still missing the page because there's a 3, 4, 5 on it. What did I do?
Oh. So 2 and 3 isn't not with us. So
No, I know, but I'm saying I have this page and this page, but I need the page with the rest of this hearing. And it should be right here. Just a bit embarrassing. Okay, but I can't look at this.
Look online.
Agencies, proponents, principal.
Under that clicker.
Is it under the clicker here?
No, it's right in front of me.
Oh, good.
I just have to find it.
Very good.
No, that is not.
Aha.
Aha,
Oh, no. Different
almost.
three. Okay, so we have hit up the presentation of the appeal from the appellant. So now we have the response from the applicant. I'm a little confused on that, Lori. We've heard the presentation from the appellant, and then my next section says response from applicant, but
Yeah,
that's,
that's what's one and the same. So, sometimes
okay,
there's other appellants, right? So you can just skip that.
thank you. So now we are going to move in from testimony from the public, and then we might have you come back for the final rebuttal.
Read it again.
No, you don't have to read anything. You might just have to answer a few questions.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so we are taking public testimony now. I will start within the room, and we have a list. Thank you, Joseph. All right, and it starts with Chris Hawthorne. Chris, are you online? Well, probably not. He signed it here. Okay, we can come back. Ashley Hall.
I think Chris Hawthorne.
He
Oh, that
did,
was-
but he's on the sign-up sheet.
Okay.
So.
Good evening, Mayor Cox and councilors. I'm here to discuss agenda item 9 in regards to the conditional use permit. For
Excuse me
Pacific
one
Hills.
quick second. Can you state your name and address
Oh,
for the record?
Yes, my name is Ashley Hall. I've been a longtime local of Port Orford in the Curry County community. I grew up here the majority of my life and did the typical move for college and swore that I would never come back to Port Orford. So, well, as it turns out, I decided to come home for various reasons, but also with the desire to work to improve this community that I was raised in. My educational background consists of an undergraduate degree in education studies and a master's degree in environmental science. And I've spent the majority of my times in schools as an elementary teacher and environmental advocate, teaching children the importance of conservation of monarch butterflies, other important pollinators, while also implementing native plant pollinator gardens on campuses within Curry County. While the career I've had in education has been fulfilling and rewarding, I was 16 years old, a high school dropout that chose to pursue becoming a teacher because I was not sure or aware of other things that I wanted to do with my life. I often find myself wondering now what other career paths I could have gone down. Growing up here, I always believed that if I ever wanted a career that would keep me within the area and rooted here, besides trade work, that I would have to be a teacher or nurse, both careers which are notoriously women-dominated and reiterates the rhetoric of small town girls growing up to enter the field of women's work. I did not have other institutions, systems, or younger people whom I knew that I could look up to and be inspired about a different path. 6 years ago, I stood before the county commissioners like I am this evening, advocating for the construction of the Pacific Gales Golf Course because it gave me hope that one day there would be something to look forward to here in Port Orford that provides an opportunity for work that was not teaching or nursing. Some careers that might range from supply and logistics, human resources and management, and opportunities in agronomy, which I am passionate about. There's a great amount of potential in preserving our native plant species, natural resources, and the geographic beauty of the coast with the Pacific Gales through conscientious conservation efforts of experts and others who are passionate about preserving our area and community. Counselors, I'm here tonight to urge you to please trust that there are younger folks within this community who are educated, passionate, and willing to do the work it takes to preserve the integrity of our area. However, please also know that we need progression in terms of infrastructure, job opportunities, and folks working together to approve reinstatements such as this to give the younger generation a chance for those successes. The implementation and build out of this golf course could be pivotal in inspiring future children in our local community to be involved in something that reaches far beyond their worldview and understanding of just Port Orford. It could inspire a young girl who was once like me, wondering, what do I want to be when I grow up? And instead of thinking of being a teacher or nurse, maybe she'll think I can become an executive director or director of agronomy and run with the best of them. Thank you.
Carrie Branson? I'm sorry, the Y above it. Yeah. Oh, for like public comment for the meeting?
No, for the permit for the right-of-way permit.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know if I need to be on there, sorry.
No, sorry, gotcha. All right, so then we go to Tim Leslie. Mike Hewitt.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Mike Hewitt. I live on Port Orford Loop Road. I'm not actually a city resident. I live in the urban growth boundary. I've been a golfer for over 50 years, and I've seen the benefits of golfing. I've also been here as an Oregon State Park Manager for our local parks. I've gone through environmental training. I've also been a contractor and done work on your city sewer system. And, you know, of all the things that we can do with sewage, one of the best places we can put it is on a golf course. And, you know, it's been shown time and time again that that's a very good use of our system. And so I'm here to recommend the continuation of this permit and the continuation of negotiations to see that, you know, we can empower our community to be a better place for our youth and our people who live here to have a better place. And so I would like you to consider extending that permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Gurney.
Hello, my name is Dana Gurney. I live at 834 Deedy Street in Port Orford. In 2016, when these CUPs were first approved, we in Port Orford were assured that an installed pipeline would forever be owned and operated by a golf course called Pacific Gales. We were assured that the city of Port Orford would never pay a dollar for anything related to a pipeline. We were assured that the golf course would tend to all technical issues forever. But it is now clear that instead, the city must be the legal builder, owner, and operator of a pipeline. State Senator Smith helped clarify these facts when he brought about an offer from the state to partially fund an unspecified project to recycle effluent in Port Orford. That is, the city would get money to execute the project, not the entity holding these CUPs. Yet here we have another application to continue these CUPs from an entity, a profit-making entity, that will not pay for the project it desires, an entity that would have the power to control many aspects of the project, and an entity that will not even pay for the product it gets. In this discussion, the Planning Commission did not discuss these matters of ownership, but the Commission did delve into matters of substantial construction, and the Planning Commission determined that substantial construction was not established by the application that the Commission had in hand. Therefore, your Planning Commission reasonably denied the application. Councilors, when you think about renewing these CUPs under these circumstances, do you know all aspects of them? I bet the answer is no. If the councilors want the city to buy, own, and operate an effluent pipeline, shouldn't you study the matter closely and pass a resolution to that effect? And then, shouldn't you develop the plans in the event you decide to discharge effluent on land many miles away? And shouldn't you then calculate a price for the effluent that you are selling? If the answer is yes, then it is time to transfer the chore to the actual owner and operator of the final result. That is the city. This can be accomplished by affirming the decision of your hardworking, insightful Planning Commission. As Mr. Close says, there are no standards for making a decision. You can interpret things with great freedom, and when it comes to substantial construction and the capability of an applicant, you can, what did I say here? You can affirm your Planning Commission, which has the right idea about substantial construction and capability. Thank you for considering my thoughts.
Thank you. All right, Penny Cease. I got it right finally. I think I have it nailed down. Devices, I'm just killing it.
Penny Cease, 834 Deedy Street. Mayor and councilors, you have my written testimony in which I say that the CUPs must not be extended for another year because the applicant failed to obtain an extension before the last one expired, and therefore the CUPs are now void. This follows PO code. The Planning Commission focused instead on the substantial construction element of the code, and they denied the extension. The council must now affirm planning's decision. Attorney Close says that the code does not state any standards for approving or denying. That is wrong. It is required, and therefore a standard, that approval of a new extension be obtained from the Planning Commission before the expiration of the old extension. That is clear in the code, and it is the way it has been done 5 times previously. The fact is they failed to exercise due diligence and press the city for a signed order long before April 20, 2024, if that is what they felt they needed. And they failed to present a clear request for an extension, saying both yes and but not now in January. Mr. Russell stated the usual excuses for ERPD's lack of progress in his testimony, and he made many assertions of substantial construction. But where is the proof of anything he says? Before and after photos, diagrams, engineering reports, anything? Removing some gorse and tan oak cannot count as substantial construction. That is mere vegetation removal, not construction by any standard. They have not yet satisfied all or even a majority of the conditions of their CUPs. They have not finalized the recycled water use plan, which DEQ requires, nor have they obtained DEQ permitting for land application of treated effluent, the first of many mandated DEQ permits. Yet they want the city to sign an agreement for use of the effluent, evading the crucial issues and placing the ultimate financial burden for the pipeline and irrigation system on the city. Oregon law requires the operator of a municipal sewage system that is the source of treated effluent to assume ownership and exert full oversight over any effluent disposal system as a public utility. ERPD has not shown that it would be a good private partner in such a utility project, and the city has many conflicting priorities with that project. It's time to deny this 2-month late extension request, void the permits, and end this highly speculative pipeline endeavor for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Anderson.
Sandra Anderson, Port Orford, Oregon, Councilman, Mayor. Thank you for being here and volunteering your time to do this for our community. I've been a resident here for 55 years. Absolutely love this town. It's my hometown. And I've seen a lot of changes over the years, and I've seen our community is in desperate need of some help, some stimulation, some new jobs. We're losing our kids in our school. We need families here. We need some help. And I know that there's a lot of people that come here to retire and they don't want to see anything happen in Port Orford. I think clean industry is something we need here. We need some jobs. And I think that Jim Haley and Troy Russell and a lot of the men that have been working towards this golf course have been making progress. And it's something that we could use for our community. And I hope you would consider all the work that they've put into it so far and give them an extension and let them keep working on it, because I believe our community needs it. So thank you.
Thank you. Rich Fulton?
I already
Thank you.
said my piece.
All right, and then Kim Foster.
Hi there. My name is Kim Foster, Knapp Road. I ask that this council affirm the decision of the Port Orford Planning Commission to deny the application for extensions of CUPs 16-02 and 16-03. Without question, Elk River Property Development has failed to manage these permits responsibly and has already approved themselves to be an unreliable partner. In fact, is granting another extension even possible without first revising the municipal code? This seems to be fairly cut and dry. Due to inactivity, the CUP became void. The past extensions already greatly exceeded 1 year, and ERPD should not be required to seek new CUPs and the ERPD should be required to seek new CUPs if they still want to pursue this project. And yes, your business does need to spend money to make money. You need to do right and follow the rules. But let's address the elephant in the room. Based on my location, you'd think I'd ignore ERPD's incompetence and support this project regardless. Perhaps my husband and I could enjoy our increased property value, rent out our house, continuing the grand tradition of enriching a few private individuals while the risks associated with such profits are externalized onto the less fortunate public. But not all of us are so motivated by pure greed. Some things are more important. At its surface level, this discussion is ultimately about effluent, a secondary outfall, a pet project that is at best tertiary to our more urgent community needs. But let's talk about inflows. Let's talk about what we are willfully inviting in. I've heard claims that this private resort will make our community safer. To that end, I have 4 questions. 1, is increasing our non-resident population during the busiest and driest times of the year when our water system is already strained, making us safer? 2, is encouraging more corporate short-term rentals that turn into empty houses during the off-season safer? In the UGB, our county opened the floodgates to corporate-owned STRs, and sheriff and emergency responder service is thin, getting thinner. Neighbors protect neighbors, but not if nobody's home. With every property sold to out-of-state investors instead of full-time locals who live and volunteer here, full-time, our community fabric weakens. Does that sound safer? 3, golf has a history of increasing predators and crime. The Masters Tournament is the second biggest sporting event for human trafficking, behind only the Super Bowl. 4, pesticides and herbicides used on golf greens are known carcinogens. Do we trust a private company to commit to expensive, eco-friendly practices when their greens succumb to pest and disease? Ultimately, real safety for our community means completely repairing our broken water system first. It looks like actually raising our tax base by investing in our kids' career training and well-paid trades and remote jobs enabled by gig internet that is now here, that offer full-time work with real competitive living wages and real benefits that will allow them to have a real life here. Not more of these flimsy seasonal positions that don't pay peanuts. The average yearly salary at world-class Bandon Dunes is just $35,000 a year. In short, we do not need more low-wage jobs flooding into town and competing with all the unfilled positions that local businesses are already struggling to fill. We do not need more low-wage workers competing with the non-existent low-income housing. And we certainly do not need to cram in more population density competing with the limited shared resources like water, both in our blighted city reservoir and in our shallow water tables below our feet. On that note, true stability for our village's economic future should be obvious, prioritizing and investing in our port first. We are a port town, not a resort town. Ask yourself if this pipeline associated with this project makes sense for Port Orford, and perhaps focus our limited resources on safer, right-sized solutions we won't regret. Thank you.
Okay, anybody have their hand raised online? I can't see that far, Joseph.
I am not seeing anyone raising their hand online.
Does anyone online want to speak? Oh, hold on one second, guys. Okay, come on up here.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Chris Bead. I am a Port Orford resident for 26 years, which I'm halfway over to being a local, or almost a local. I would just like to say that I would hope that you guys would approve or overturn the Planning Commission's decision and approve the CUP. This is a multi-million-dollar project that they are doing. And I don't think a lot of people realize we don't have DEQ in Curry County anymore. We have to go to Josephine County. In the county itself, the Planning Commission is being outsourced. We only have a building department right now. So they have a lot of hurdles themselves to get through. We had COVID, we had so many things. So I think these guys deserve a chance to try and play catch up, because we, DEQ, I'm saying the county itself, is putting up roadblocks for them that they have to jump over. So I'm saying give them another chance. And that's really what this meeting is about. It's not about whether the golf course, like yay, I'm pro or yay, I'm negative. This is just about a conditional use permit and whether we're going to extend it or not. That's the end of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. I saw some other hands raised. Great.
Hello, I'm Greg Thielen, 165 23rd Street, Port Orford. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission, and I wanted to just give you guys a little background about how the meeting went, what happened. It wasn't easy. This is not easy. None of this is easy. But I have my notes from the meeting, and I just wanted to run through what we went through, what our viewpoint was, and how we did this. We didn't question the time delay. We figured that was above our pay grade. It was given to us to make a decision, and so we did our best to make a decision. First point that that I mentioned and we held to was the granting of extensions is not contingent on substantial construction. If substantial construction happens, then they don't need to come back. The permit is good. It's vested. So these are notes that I took from the instructions to the Planning Commission. So this was my third time at voting on this decision. The first two times I went with the flow, and I went with I said I'll just give them a break. It sounds like it's I'm not convinced that they have not prepared adequately. So that was the first point. The second point was that was given to us as guidelines. The Planning Commission has the right to inquire from the applicant about the reasons for the extension. There were no reasons given prior to the meeting, so we just had what the applicant said at the table and nothing in writing. The third was that we were told, and that we went by, was there should be no discussion concerning the project that was approved or the merits of the conditional use permits that were granted in 2017 at this time. There was a lot of public discussion back and forth, and I directed the commission. Those are not what we're looking at. We're looking at the conditional use permit itself. And while I do welcome the public comments, and I welcome the public
involvement. This is a very fine line, what we're talking about here. The second part of that was discussion should be addressed only to determining any reasons why the use that was allowed when the conditional use permit was granted is not yet in full operation. So we asked questions of the applicant why they were asking for another extension. And this is a complicated topic because it's hard to get your mind around it all, but the conditional use permit is done with a series of hearings in a very formal situation. And these kinds of discussions we can't modify a conditional use permit. It is what it is until it's either vested and the construction happens, or it's withdrawn, or it lapses. There's no work. One of the issues is the amount of time since the conditional use was adopted in 2017. It was begun in 2016. And there are 20 some, I believe there are 20 conditions that will need to be met before the Planning Commission specified would need to be carried out. My feeling is 7 or 8 years is a long time to expect those conditions to be the same and apply no matter how good of an idea it is or how bad of an idea it is. Setting all those things aside, so some of our discussion was, and other commissioners were feeling that also, and wondering if we were actually asked, and we asked the planner who was there if it could be opened up and these conditions looked at and see if it's still relevant. That can't happen. If it's denied or they withdraw, they can have a new conditional use permit. And if there are different situations in the community than when it was first applied for, then the new conditions can reflect the changes as of right now. And I know there are changes in the community, but we are not allowed to look to open up those conditions. So they're just set.
We feel your pain right now.
I'm sorry?
We feel your pain on that one, on staying in the lane on such a
so it's a difficult issue. I will say that the applicant did say many of the things he said today. There were funding issues early on, or at some point, changing their engineer. And since we're the Planning Commission, we have to go by the rules that were given us. We're not the city. We're the Planning Commission, and the ordinance that we follow. I'm going to read it again. I know you can't read it too many times because it's authorization of a conditional use shall be void after 1 year or such lesser time the authorization may specify unless substantial construction has taken place. However, the Planning Commission may extend the authorization for an additional period not to extend 1 year. And it can be extended as many years as it seems like it's a good idea. Luba has said that. It kind of seems to me that So last year, when I was asked to vote on this, I was questioning whether it should be approved, and I did vote to approve it. But I told myself, and I told the applicant, next year, I want to see documentation. I want to see where you guys are. They didn't bring any documentation. And when and in anticipation of that, I contacted the DEQ and had a conversation with Rainey Nomura, I believe, is the manager of the wastewater quality. Councilor Velisis mentioned the email that I wrote and was in the record of our planning commission, and I have it here. May I read that?
Please.
I'd like to read that. So I sent an initial inquiry to the DEQ. It's kind of you have to kind of go up the ladder. And I got to a person named Steve who I began the conversation with, and he sent me to, forwarded me to Rainey Nomura. And she answered some questions I had. And she said, Greg, and this is in the record of our meeting. DEQ did receive a recycled use water plan from Troy Russell a while back before the COVID pandemic. Steve did not review the original submittal. The review was done by Paul Kennedy, who's now retired. Steve did speak with Mr. Russell about the need for plan revisions again in December 22, but we have yet to receive a revised plan. DEQ's water quality program does require engineering review for wastewater collection and treatment systems and charges fees for this review. I spoke with Mr. Russell earlier this year about the funding the city of Port Orford received from the legislature to build the distribution system, and we discussed the need for DEQ review of engineering plans before any construction could be started. We have not received any engineering plans to review. It is not typical for DEQ to keep an application active for this many years. However, Mr. Russell communicates with me on a regular basis, so I have not changed the status. For your information, a recycled water plan or engineering plans are not required for an application to be considered complete. DEQ could proceed with permit development and request these items as permit conditions, but it is better to wait if we can. And she says, e.g., the applicant is not in a rush to get more detailed information, so we do need a second effort at modifying the permit should the project change in the interim. Please let me know if you have any additional questions. And so the DEQ says they're not in a rush. And it's been 8 years now, 7 years. And you can subtract some time because there were 2 appeals, would take off a year. So I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but my view is I think there needs to be another CUP and move forward with whatever whatever conditions the city wants to, new conditions based on 2024 on that permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Anyone online?
Mayor Cox.
Yes.
This is David Brock Smith from Port Orford.
You're kind of breaking up, or you got some background noise.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a choice. I'm on the floor of the convention, but I just want to point out a few things. As you will remember, myself and Troy Russell met with you, Mayor Ann Velisis, and then City Manager John Huddle in September to move forward. And we were wanting to work and move forward, meaning on the project, so that we can move forward with the engineering. But then there was issues that occurred with administrative staff within the city. Further, the $750,000 is a pass-through from the city to the city. As Representative Boyce was also going to testify earlier, because he helped secure those dollars. And so these dollars will assist the city of Port Orford in not paying for anything for secondary outfall that was necessary and we actually looked for back in the late 90s, early 2000s when we lost our outfall before. And so it's critically important for the citizens of Port Orford to, when we look forward to having an overall application for more significant water resources and infrastructure, that we can execute smaller grants. And this is one smaller grant that is an overall $7.5 million project, but this is 10% that was allocated from the state because they support a secondary outfall for the city of Port Orford, so that when we go after the larger tens of millions of dollar grants for wastewater or for water system upgrades, we have an opportunity to say that we have taken care of this section, because that outfall will go away again, as the citizens, myself included, are still paying for the old outfall and now paying for the new outfall. And we have a partnership here to where we can have a secondary outfall. More importantly, it will show the state that the city of Port Orford can execute grants so that we can go after the larger ones. And those larger ones, again, it'll be beneficial to make sure that we have those the secondary outfall as part of the overall project for a holistic system of water and wastewater in Port Orford. Now, when it comes to the chairman of the Planning Commission and the timeline and not in a hurry, Mayor, you know, Council President Velisis knows that that I was there talking about the state dollars, and Troy was there, and we were trying to get the engineers together. But again, the administrative issues at the city delayed that timeline, and so therefore that couldn't move forward. I just want to remind the council and appreciate your service that you're in a situation where the CUP, of course, is separate. And as the chairman of the Planning Commission talked about the conditions are there. But the agreement, that is the next agenda item on your agenda, is where the devil's in the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Not to split hairs, but that was a legislative appropriation, not a grant, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
It was a legislative appropriation that was essentially a grant for the city of Port Orford to create a secondary outfall recycled water system.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else online? Okay, I do need to read one more letter, actually, that we received that was asked to be read into the record. Okay. That's going to take a second. All right, this is from Sean T. Malone, attorney at law, regarding the appeal of extension of pipeline CUPs for Elk River Development LLC, CUP 1602 and 1603. Dear Port Orford City Council, please accept this letter on behalf of Oregon Coast Alliance regarding the expiration of the 2023 extension and the new request for an extension. As noted by others, the 2023 extension expired April 20th, 2024. The City Council needs not to address this issue, however, and can instead find that the applicant has not demonstrated substantial construction under the code. See POMC 17.32.060, authorization of a conditional use shall be void after 1 year or such lesser time as the authorization may specify unless substantial construction has taken place. The letter from Troy Russell appears to acknowledge that there has been no construction, let alone substantial construction. This never-ending series of extensions is indicative of the fact that this application will not reach fruition, and it is questionable as to why the city would now be responsible for the liabilities associated with the application and not the applicant. The Klaus appeal letter alleges that the code does not state any standards for approving or denying an application for an extension. Not so. An extension requires. Well, they did this confusing thing at the end. Indeed, if it not expired, then there is little reason as to why the applicant is requesting a new extension. However, as noted below, the request is moot because the prior extension expired. The city should make additional findings that there has not been substantial construction towards completion of the project. Substantial construction. Again, the applicant has accomplished very little in the years since the approval, and the applicant is nowhere near having accomplished substantial construction. In addition to the substantial construction issue, the time extension issued in April 2023 was abnormal in that the city was unable to issue a final order for 11 months due to personnel changes. While there was an appeal in that decision, the appeal itself did not change or otherwise toll the expiration date of the extension. This issue has been addressed previously in Bartell versus Washington County, or LUBA number 2001-196, August 14, 2002. There, an applicant sought clarification as to whether the time for commencing construction would be tolled pending appeal and that an extension would be necessary. While the city ultimately dismissed the appeal on other grounds, LUBA did not hint at the interpretation was somehow incorrect. A pending appeal does not solve the applicant of complying with timelines for extension. CID, slip it 3. Letter stating that the time period was not told by the ongoing appeal and petitioners would have to apply for an extension under Washington County Development Code, ID at 7. County Council opinion that the period for the commencing construction is not told by the ongoing appeal. Ongoing appeal did not toll 2-year deadline. The applicant received an approval for the extension, and the applicant was free to move forward in reliance on that extension, barring a subsequent decision by the county prohibiting it. Any final order would either confirm the date requested would be approved or denied. It would not create a new date for the extension. The city council ultimately has significant deference in interpreting Port Orford Municipal Code 17.32.060 to determine that the extension limit is consistent with what was granted to the applicant, but significant deference is not necessary because the evidence from Bartell refusing to toll the timeline pending an appeal is not controversial and is consistent with the code. Finally, there is no need for a final order. The one was issued in March 2024 as it is moot. The extension of time granted pursuant to the request has expired and a decision by LUBA would have no practical effect. The key inquiry in determining whether appeal is moot is whether LUBA's review would have any practical effect. Oregon Wastewater System versus Portland. I hope you all assimilate read information better than I do, but that concludes the letter. No, it doesn't. Lane County, Oregon, LUBA 36, Ferdinand versus Yamhill County 13, or LUBA 216, 220, 1985, Kuzminick versus Washington County, or LUBA 179181-182, 1983. The city ran, therefore, find that the applicant's application for an extension is moot because the timeline has already expired. Because the applicant has not established, 1, that there is substantial construction, 2, that a pending appeal does not toll the expiration date of the requested extension, and 3, that there was a timely request before April 20th, 24 that the city issue a time extension for 2024. The ERPD's attorney's January 24 letter specifically requested that the city not move ahead with the process. The ERPD appeal cannot be approved and the Planning Commission denial must be affirmed. The City Council should make alternative findings for each of the conclusions above. Sincerely, Sean Malone, attorney for the Oregon Coast Alliance. Okay. Now, back to the script. I did it again. Okay, now I believe it is the time for us to talk. You really would have thought that I would have held on to that paper the last time this happened?
We need to put a sticky on it, Pat. That's how we got these new.
I don't think it would matter. It's just like when I put things in my calendar and it goes off and then I forget 10 minutes later. Okay, I think I found it. Response from applicant, testimony from public. Mayor reads the following, and then the final rebuttal from the appellant. So at what point do we get to deliberate this, Lori, after the final rebuttal from the appellant?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have a final rebuttal?
Yes. This is Bill Close again for the applicant. I would like to make a few points before I forget them, and then I suspect that Troy will again want to add some facts because he's the detail guy. Mayor, thank you for reading Sean Mullen's letter. I guess I should say I'm looking forward to reading it myself, but I'm not really because I don't think I'll understand it. It's a real hairball. It's so confusing. Your code is so simple as compared to the codes for permits in Portland or all the other. Every code is unique, so you need to just focus on your single paragraph that talks about how you consider these extensions. Sean Malone was talking about construction, failure to start construction. Troy explained there's been no construction. The reason we're here for an extension is because there's been no construction. So construction should not, Mr. Malone does not misunderstand the relationship between permit extension and construction, because I believe that we've slogged through all of that in the Loop appeal, which he lost. And Luba was very clear that, if you start construction, substantial construction, you don't need to be here to talk about extensions. You're golden. You're done. And if you haven't started construction, you come in and ask for an extension, and it's in the complete discretion of the city whether to grant the extension. There aren't any standards. So it's really very, very simple. I think the most intrinsically exciting question here that's come up by the opponents is, how do these permits run in terms of time? And you can make that confusing if you want to, but I recommend you do that. It's a 1-year permit, and you do 1-year extensions. So you need to set the start date and the end date. It's not that complex. It seems to me Mr. Malone's assuming that the start date is the date that the original permit was applied for in April 2017. Well, I've never seen a permit that started on the date of the application. The effective date. Why would the effective date of the permit be on the date you apply for it instead of the date the decision is made approving it? I've never seen that before. So logically, you start the permit year on the date it's approved, June 17th, 2017. And you do 1-year anniversaries from that point. And then the next question is, logically, is do you have to apply for an extension before the passage of 1 year? Question mark? Well, of course you do. Otherwise, it's dead. There's nothing to extend. Nothing else makes sense, really. And in our view, we've always done that. The next question is, do you need to have your extension request approved before the passage of the 1 year? I think that's Mr. Malone's position. And I have never been in a permitting process where the answer to that was yes, you need to get your extension approval before the passage of the 1 year time limit. Because once the applicant submits the application for an extension, the applicant loses control of the process. It's the city process. So you could wind up applying in good faith in a reasonable amount of time before the 1 year runs, and then something goes screwy at the city, and what do you know? You lose the thing you want to extend, so you're out the back door. I've just never seen that before, and that should be a fairly easy question for the city. And then Mr. Malone points to my letter accompanying the extension request in January saying, you might want to hold up on this until you get straightened out with your 2023 permit extension because it hasn't been reduced to writing yet. And someone could say, it's not in effect. And we don't want to be in a situation where we're asking for a 2024 extension when we don't have the taxi cab medallion that says we have a 2023 extension. So our request to hold off on processing until the 2023 extension gets straight down was really a suggestion to have order instead of chaos. Now, Mr. Malone would prefer chaos. So that's the permitting issue. I don't think I think Mr. Orcas made this much more difficult than it needs to be. My last point. Focus on the contract. Listening to the opponents, they want you to find an they want you to find an egg and chicken problem that leads to paralysis. DEQ wants you to have a contract in some form, some level of specificity. Don't know exactly what they're going to make them happy. They want you to have a contract with this. Want us to have a contract with the city before they issue their final green stamp of approval. And the opponents say, well, no, you have to have the DEQ approval before you get a contract. Well, what is it? You know, it's an egg and chicken problem. I mean, you've got funding now, you've got onboard legal counsel, you've got a draft contract in front of you. This is your opportunity to put some flesh on the bones. And there's no exact right answer. You've got a lot of room for creativity here. You got good city staff now, and it's time to get on it. And I've talked too long, and so I'll turn it over to Troy and see if he has any follow-up comments.
Yes, please. Everybody, people in the computer can only hear you.
Just wanted to clarify the comment from Renee Nomura and give it some perspective. Paul Kennedy and then his replacement, Steve McMillan, both the permit writers for the DEQ based out of Eugene, both made it very clear that the application wasn't going to go anywhere until we had precise engineering and surveyed and engineered and precise plans. And we were nowhere near that on the site. Gorse covered, we couldn't survey it. But now it's clear and we're ready to go. So now we're in a hurry. Not in a hurry, but we want to move deliberately. That was it. Thank you. Oh,
that's Troy.
Yeah, I was going to say you might want to stay up there.
Troy.
There will be questions. Is there any other public comment? Oh, no, we have moved on to this section. So go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Troy, why isn't gorse removal considered substantial construction when the construction of a golf course largely includes gorse removal? Why did you feel the need to go get, I mean, I see you from offshore. I mean, I don't think anybody else has probably seen you working out there, but I have. And you were there for weeks.
But I don't know if it's
your weeks and
not.
weeks. You know, I see you there for weeks and weeks, and I know how much it costs to run a couple of 3 excavators. I mean, that's kind of my question is I'm a little bit confused. Do you not consider that part of construction? Like if you're going to build a freeway, you clear the land. That's the first thing you do.
It seems like substantial progress to me for construction, but I'm not the decider there.
Right, and then so that's my question
It
is.
states that no construction starts till you have DEQ approval. So that sentence
So is
right
it the
there.
terminology?
That's like condition in of
I think it's
A through Y, the conditions.
I'd like to ask the lawyer for clarification on this because we are dealing with the CUP that deals with the pipeline in Port Orford. The county has already approved the construction of the golf course. So any of the work that you're doing out there, that it sounds like you've done substantial work. To my mind, seems like it's related to that other permit. But there is this rub about this permit, which is you're not allowed to do construction. So how could you actually have construction if you're not allowed to do it?
Well,
So, but we're talking about the CUP is my understanding, right? Not that what's happening out of
That's
policy.
right, Crystal. This is Bill Close again. You have it exactly. The golf course for land use purposes is different from the CUP for the plumbing, for the wastewater recycling. And that hasn't started. You're right. Work has started on the golf course, 7 digits and more. And based on that work, the county has already found that the CUP it issued for construction of the golf course has, quote, vested. And so it's good forever. But construction hasn't started on the discrete CUP for the wastewater facilities.
But they have removed Gorse and Tan Oak within the city of Port Orford, correct? At the 12th Street location? Isn't that what you said?
yes, we own
So,
a lot adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant.
right, so you
There was
could
an
say in
opening in
fact
that
that there has been substantial
I think
progress.
there
There
is.
was,
That's not what stomping grounds.
there was gorse and broom.
If you read what the attorney says, the question of substantial progress is not really relevant to this.
We just keep hearing it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's not, but I keep hearing it. I keep hearing it. So like, I guess I just need a little.
That's what makes it fun is when the public comment is whatever, the public wants to comment, but
That's
then
the
we
part
get
that I
confined
had
back to.
trouble with in the very beginning is any testimony that included.
You'd think since there's a new agreement on the table, we would get the agreement done before. I mean, it's one of those things, which do you do first? The thing that I see that's pertaining to this conditional use permit that's dialed into the extension is it wasn't put in on time. Our code says a period and you got to get it in by this date. So can we as a council do things outside of our code, like on the whim like this? Because there's a lot of chatter about the city being unable to perform, but we started talking about this with Shayla on December 28th about the conditional use. And then I replied on January 12th, and then nothing until, this last month was said about it again. So that's confusing to me is the timeline on that. And we were talking about the agreement along this timeline. So we were in communication. So that's what my main question is can us as a council, Lori, go above and beyond what our code states?
I would go ahead. I mean, I don't understand. What is it? What are you saying that it states that you're going against? I don't understand.
It's
Can I
our
follow up on
interpretation,
that?
right?
That's what
It's
I'm
our
not sure.
interpretation.
Can I
Go
follow
ahead,
up on
please,
your
Ann,
thing,
yeah.
Tom, to Pat? So basically, Pat signed a letter on March 8th that says the starting date for permit extension is April 20th, 2023. So to my mind, a big question is between the day that this was signed, did the applicant come and say, we would like to have we'd like to get this extended before April 20th, this
We
year?
requested that on January 8th,
Yes, but did you,
or January
in that
3rd.
one on January 8th, you requested to do two things. So I'm wondering, after this thing was signed, did you come back and say, oh, we only have, here we are, we're up on the deadline, we better get this in? And did staff try to help you get that into the planning, so the planning commission could make a decision by the deadline? That's my
Well,
question.
getting it in consists of giving the city the application for an extension. And Crystal will confirm that that was done by letter on January 3rd, 2024 to her. In that same letter, I suggested that maybe we better straighten out hold our breath for a minute on the 2024 and straighten out the status of the 2023 extension. And the city followed that course. It was a good idea. And then the matter got scheduled before the planning commission after that for the 2024 extension. I think the question is whether the city believes that our January 3rd, 2024 letter to Crystal Shoji saying this is our application for another extension, whether that constituted a filing and request for an extension. I think it did.
But and I remember the meeting, and we all kind of, when they asked that we get it done before April, I recall.
Well,
And
I mean,
given the
it would have been.
status,
It would have been great if it had been if it had been decided before April and then it had been appealed to the city council, we'd be right where we're at right now. I think, you're really getting to the question of whether an applicant's obligation under the code is to file for an extension while the old permit is in effect, or whether the obligation is to file for an extension and get a decision while the old permit is in effect. There is nothing in your code that gives a common sense applicant any notion that if you need an extension, you have to not only file for it, but you have to get it approved while the original permit's in effect. There's just nothing in your code that suggests that. I've never seen a code even interpreted that way.
So it's your position that your letter of January 3rd was the formal application for an extension?
That's exactly what that letter says.
Thank you.
Precisely.
and that set into motion the following.
Two things. First, it set into motion the cleanup of the 2023 permit, so we wouldn't be tripping over ourselves issuing a 2024 decision before the 2023 decision was reduced to writing and signed. And secondly, it said, let's just hold off on let's slow down the processing of the 2024 permit until the 2023 straightened out. But if you look at my January 3rd letter, you'll agree with me that this fellow that wrote this letter was very keen on the city understanding that this letter was our application for a 2024 extension.
So that would make it appear that it was timely filed.
It was way timely filed.
And what is our interpretation of filed? What does that mean? Is it?
Well,
do we have,
I mean, you can get your advice from your attorney
on that. Crystal, could you help us understand that?
Does it need to have a stamped Port Orford thing with a date on it, or what determines that?
I have written confirmation back from Crystal saying, yes, you filed for the extension.
Do we have that?
I don't think we have that.
Can we get that?
Absolutely.
It's requested that the city hold up on processing this extension until the procedural status of the 2023 extension can be filed.
That's correct, but holding up on processing is not the same thing as withdrawing that.
Basically, they wanted it reduced to writing, the 23 extension reduced to writing before they proceeded on the 24 extension, but they gave us notice of the request for the 24 extension.
Exactly.
Just wanted to find the paperwork.
But our agent or our official, Crystal, acknowledged that as an application. Is that correct?
Can you clarify that, Crystal, please, if you're here?
And if you did, can we see that document?
It didn't appear like an application to me at first, and I didn't process it immediately. And then after I read it and was contacted, why wasn't I doing anything? I thought, oh, I guess that is an application. I thought it was either poorly or lawyerly well written.
If it's okay with the council, I will gather the correspondence between Crystal and myself. on this exact point, and I will supplement the record with that. In fact, I guess I need to formally request then that the record be left open so that I can do that. And
Well, I
Lori,
think if both parties agree that that was, I guess that's not a party. But if Crystal says yes, she did, and Mr. Close says the same thing, then I mean, I would like to see the document.
When did you, do you remember when, or could you, if you have it right there, Mr. Close or Crystal, when did you acknowledge that as the application? If you
I
could
believe
tell us.
that if I recall, I started worrying because they didn't come in with it. And then I contacted them to say, where is your application? And they said it's in. And I think Melissa was witness to that. And also so is Joseph, because I was saying like, I don't have it. And then I found it and it was like, oh, I guess this is an application. And so I agreed, okay, it's an application. It's
That was
that's the
dated.
way lawyers write applications, then I can go along with it. That's fine.
And Crystal, again, that was dated January 3rd.
Well, I don't remember the exact date. I just remember that there was controversy about it because we were looking for, where is the application? And then when they told us that was the application, I thought, I read it and I thought, well, I guess it is. It sounds like they are asking for.
it was the application, because the first sentence of the letter said, "This is an application for extension." And I think I usually say in there, if there's a form that goes with this, let me know.
No. The one back.
But yes, we then treated it as an application.
There was no letter back from Crystal. She said that she reviewed his letter and considered it to be an application. She did not confirm it.
Didn't Mr. Close just tell us that he has that, a record of that?
I do. No, I do. I do. And folks, if it's okay, I really would like to just keep the record open so I can compile that correspondence and get it into the record, because although all of us talking right now might agree that, yeah, it's an application, Sean Malone's not going to agree that it's an application. And this is likely his best hook on appeal to LUBA of round 2. And so I don't want to be a bother about it, but I really want to get that supplemental information into the record.
Seems to me like if that was accepted from the city as an application, then we're done here.
Who accepted it though? Crystal?
Sounds like Crystal did.
So that works. I mean, she can
I don't know.
applications, or I mean, I'm only asking her position. I'm not saying anything other than.
And I'm saying what I did ask previously. My question was, what constitutes the reception of an application? Is it a stamp? Is it a what? But if our official acknowledges such as an application, then that application was filed January 3rd.
Mayor?
You know, he's referred to how our rules are so incredibly vague. We don't have anything that says exactly what constitutes the acceptance of an application, and we probably need to fix that.
There's not like a
conditional
use form.
But the entire that's what is there not a I mean, it sounds to me like an application was accepted by the city. That application was, yeah, and that application was submitted on January 3rd. And so this April and June and all these other dates are kind of, how did everybody miss this? How did everybody miss this? Everybody.
Well, it didn't really get missed, I don't think.
I haven't heard it once. I mean,
Well, timeliness is not the issue that the Planning Commission denied their application for. It was not for lack of timeliness.
I thought that's what the whole thing was.
No.
We're not, I They didn't get the application in on time.
Well, the
That's-
thing it expired officially on April 20th, but it looks like they did get that application in.
So
before
the
that.
question
That's-
is, again, so we agree that it was applied for. So now the question is it the approval of the permit? Or is it the application for a permit? I know that my permits.
I found the email.
I apply for something, there's a deadline for an application. And if NOAA takes 2 months to approve it, they don't tell me, sorry, buddy, you're too late. That's just, isn't that the parameter? I mean, that's kind of the basics that we're working with here is
I think that's one of the big, I mean, that is one of the big things. Yeah.
so in my mind, this was filed for on January 3rd, accepted by our agent, our official, and we did not perform our duty until last month. And so how could we, I'm not, golf course aside, I don't really like golfers myself, but what in the world is, we can't do the wrong thing. We got to do the right thing. And that is, if it was applied for on January 3rd, we took 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. How long is that? To come up with an answer. And the answer was, it took too long?
The answer was no. And I'm going
Because it took too long.
No, the answer was no. And I'd like to bring it back to this other discussion, which is that Commissioner Thielen brought up, which is, and I will bring this up just as we know as council members in the past and as citizens that at the CUP process, we never get a chance to have the conversation about the larger discussion. It's always like, well, you can only extend it. You can't discuss, is this still a good idea? Is it not? Have conditions changed? Or you can't have that discussion. So we can only discuss extending it. But because we never have that conversation, there is this simmering sense among some people in the community of lack of fairness, or, are developers getting some sort of special deal that other people don't? There's this other thing that requires us to be super fair. And so I think my sense of and I watched the PC meeting too, was the sense that I think one council member said that the conditions, is it too long? Might there need to be a reset? Might these things need to be revisited because it's been going on? So that's the reason they did it, is my understanding.
So
and because we've been told that it's our discretion to pass it or not. So I don't know how important the date actually is versus do we renew it or not, That's kind of a little bit of a.
So along that line of thinking, if those pipes were in the ground, right? What could change? I mean, if the pipes were in the ground last year and something changed now, would we make them dig it up?
No,
It
but
would be substantial construction and they wouldn't have to come back.
well,
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, what has changed?
well, so for example, I'll tell you.
Well, wait a second, we can't discuss what's changed.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem, and I agree 100%, that's the problem. So I'm still confused as to what exactly we're supposed to be considering, and why do we keep hearing testimony that's outside of that? We should not be hearing anything, any evidence, anything at all.
Because the only way we can get to have that other conversation is to say no and say we want to open it up and have a conversation. So that's kind of the.
That's not what we're tasked with, is it?
Well,
We're tasked with determining whether the application was applied for in time, because that's what it seems like we're supposed to be doing.
I thought it says that we have our purview to make the decision and it's up to us to decide it or not. So that's a great question for Lori, perhaps, to help us understand.
I still, I think that we're hearing a lot of, I don't think that in a court of law, we're again, This is a quasi judicial situation here. I don't think in a court of law that a lot of this testimony would be allowed because it is,
Irrelevant.
you can't, but we're hearing it and we're discussing it and we're hearing it and we're discussing it. I don't want to get in any trouble. I don't want to get.
May I read this letter from Lori? A portion of this letter to you? Okay. In June 2020, the council approved an extension of these permits based upon the findings, which are still applicable to the request. These findings were appealed to LUBA, and the decision was upheld. In summary, those findings are as follows. The request for an extension was timely filed by the applicant for an extension of 1602 and 1603. The city has the authority to interpret its code. Number 3, the city's interpretation of the applicable code section is that the city has the authority to grant extensions for the period of 1 year per extension. There is no limitation on the number of extensions which may be granted so long as the duration of each does not exceed 1 year. 4, the granting of extensions is not contingent on whether there has been, quote, substantial construction, unquote, of the project. If substantial construction has taken place, a request for an extension is unnecessary. 5, the city's interpretation is inconsistent with the previous decisions in this matter, granting multiple extensions for a period of 1 year each. Findings. The applicant has submitted draft findings for council consideration. The council may adopt those findings in total, partially adopt them, or create its own findings relevant to the applicable criteria set out in blah, blah, blah.
And what is that criteria?
So, pardon?
That criteria.
That criteria.
There are no criteria.
It's 17.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lori.
So,
oh yeah, it's Ann one. Yeah, it's 17.32.060. What I talked about 2 or 3 times, but it bears repeating. Authorization of a conditional use shall be void after 1 year or such lesser time, as the authorization says. However, the Planning Commission may extend the authorization for an additional period not to exceed 1 year upon written application to the Planning Commission. So I'm glad Councilor directed us back to these findings that were in my staff report, because I think that's crucial. You can adopt the Planning Commission's findings in whole, you can reject them in whole, but if you reject what the Planning Commission did, you have to come up with findings of your own. And you have to say it was timely filed, because you can take Mr. Close's findings and his word that the January 3rd, whatever date it was, January 3rd, 2024 letter was the application. So they beat that deadline, they got that in, it's all good. But because of the weirdness of it, of the old decision not being reduced to writing, and Mr. Close's letter saying, but wait a minute, hold off on processing, my application. I mean, there's some ambiguity here. It's not black or white. I think you'd be strong finding either way, but you're probably stronger to interpret your code saying that Mr. Close's letter was the application. And as we've been discussing, it's the application that counts, not whether you approve it within a year. It's the application.
That's what it says.
That open the city up for anybody to be able to email for applications?
Well, that's what our code says. Code it says upon written application to the Planning Commission.
it was written.
Yeah.
It was a
Okay.
letter.
That's where it says the upon writ. It says.
When did that go to planning? When did that email go to planning?
It was a letter, not an email.
The letter,
January
January 3rd.
It went to Crystal.
That's the plan.
That's
what I'm saying.
Our senior planner, I guess.
Our code says,
So it's safe to assume it was timely filed.
correct.
Okay.
So we can't deny this application based on it not being timely filed.
But that's not,
Right.
what that's not what
That's
the,
not an
plan-
issue.
but yeah, I guess you're right. And that's not what the planning commission.
Is that not what we're tasked with? Is that not what we're tasked with?
No, we have,
That's not the findings of the planning
that's
commission.
not the, yeah, but
No, we're,
that's not the only question, I guess. Because it just says the city has the authority to interpret its code. And so the other question is, I mean, the code says we can renew for a year.
right.
But we have to
Or
have
not.
a reason not to.
We have to have a reason not to, or a reason to.
Right, but some of the questions that we've had through this hearing is first, what was the date of the application? That was primary. What does our code say? We've got that answer. Should this timely filed is not, I just don't see how we made
It's
this.
not an issue. Can we all agree that it was timely filed?
That's,
Okay, so we can pass on that.
I'm not saying that.
so tell me what else I'm supposed to consider.
Right.
Can I interject a procedural question? I don't think we've actually finished our rebuttal. There's obviously a couple more points to make here. I mean, I don't want to interrupt your deliberations. Was Troy done speaking?
No, I want to answer a question that Councilor
Okay.
Belisis
So maybe
asked,
we
and the squirrel ran
can
by.
finish our rebuttal and then you folks can chew on it.
You asked the clearing work that we're performing presently and have been since September, was that golf or CUP? And the answer is both. The DEQ and the Oregon Health Authority and the DSL all want detailed plans. And the property is covered with gorse that's higher, taller than the ceiling. So we can't do a survey and then get engineering until the ground is cleared. So like, for instance, where the irrigation pond is going, that gorse was 15 feet tall. Is impenetrable. But now we can get in and survey it. We haven't scheduled them in yet because we're ready and we can start down that path of supplying that information. So we had to do the clearance work, substantial amount of clearance work before we could do the exploratory work.
But I guess what I was saying is, my understanding is you have a CUP with us, with the county for the part of the pipeline that will be beyond the city limits. And then you have the part that will go on to the ranch, right?
But the irrigation pond is an important part of that whole system. You can't separate the ends. It's got to be engineered kind of all at once. And so we have to survey it first and then engineer it. And we're making those steps.
So that 750 might be used for the city to pay for stuff outside the city limits then, if you have to design the whole system?
I'm not an attorney or an engineer. I couldn't tell you that. But
May I ask a
there's more
question?
than one way to skin a cat with those funds, though.
May I ask a question? And please understand this is largely because I'd like to get it on the record. When I was first on council and we approved the last extension, one of the factors in our approval was the fact that this would cost us nothing. However, since then, we've received this legislative gift, if you will, to pay for part of this. This was not something that we requested, but it came to us. And so I would like for you to advise us how that money is supposed to be used in connection with your project and how you see that that's not us paying for something.
Lori, can we ask that question in this hearing?
No, I was just going to speak up. I would caution you not to, because we just got done talking about how there's been all this testimony and all these questions that really aren't aimed at, at the criteria that you're supposed to be looking at to decide this appeal. So I would stay away from, I understand the counselor put it on the record and that's fine, but I would encourage you to just stop that discussion.
And if I could
remember too that this is like, just to circle back, we're talking about the conditional use and regardless of how this lands, there's going to have to be future discussions for any sort of agreement because like planning mentioned, things have changed in the last 8 years. So I guess maybe this is
a lot of
like putting a
details.
foot in the door to continue the conversation. I just don't know. Like the other alternative would be having to do a new conditional use permit. And maybe that's the other opportunity to have all these questions answered. So it's like, when do you want to ask those questions? But for right now, we do have.
There's an agreement that we'll have to make with the golf course.
The one that they brought months before this conditional use permit came up and that.
It's a separate.
There's to be long discussions and debates on what and how.
That will be our opportunity to like
Right.
pull the Band-Aid off and see what we're.
I don't think that this really, there's things outside the scope of this that I would like to say too. But
Yeah, everybody would.
If I could conclude with 2 points on my rebuttal.
Billy.
You don't think I can do it, do you? The contract negotiation gives you the opportunity to work through all the questions you want to ask now. And the lovely part about it is you have legal staff and resources to engage in that negotiating process. I mean, so that's your homework assignment. That's our homework assignment. Secondly, the issue of whether the permit application was actually filed timely, that is relevant to this proceeding. And I really appreciate you tentatively deciding that, yes, it was filed. My email transmitting that January 3rd letter to Crystal said, please accept this as our application for an extension. The third point I want to make, and last point, when I said I was only going to make 2 points, is this application is strictly for an extension. We have not applied for a determination that we don't need an extension because we've got substantial construction of the facilities related to this CUP. I appreciate the discussion about, well, when we start excavating bores and stuff over the area where we're going to put pipes, you know, that's really moving the project, the pipeline project forward. There's a logic to that argument, but this application is for an extension, not a determination of substantial construction. That application could come 6 months from now, but that's not on the table tonight. I had a fourth point in my list of 2, but I'd forgotten it, fortunately. So thank you very much.
May I be excused?
Well, I mean, then just to reiterate, it was the not substantial progress
So
made was planning's problem.
Right, we're kind of, it's almost like we're being asked a different question than what planning is being asked in a weird way. I mean,
Here's the question I have is there's this thing that says the city has the authority to interpret its code. So I take that as that we have the authority to say yes or no.
Correct.
And that we don't really, I mean, we could say yes or no. And if we felt like the planning commission felt like this has been a long time, I remember at the last meeting, a lot of you said, well, okay, we're going to vote on it this time this way, but next time, I don't know
I
you're going
said
to get
that,
it.
but we've had failure after failure in our administration. Our piece of this puzzle, we failed at. And how could,
I'm talking
Where
about
did
just
we fail?
citizens' perceptions of stuff.
Where do we fail?
well, the citizens'
Somebody
perceptions.
wrote us a letter on January 3rd, and then we didn't hear anything. Where did we fail? It was a whole different conversation about the agreement that we were talking about in that timeline, and then this came up afterwards. So where does the city fail? I need to nail you down on that.
What happened? When did they schedule? When was the planning commission? Is it normal to take 4 months to get 5 months to get something into the planning commission to ask? I mean, what is that normal? I don't know.
Government slow. I've heard you say.
Well, I
it 100
love that.
times.
Government, if they were fast, would be dangerous. Well, still dangerous, slow. But
I would say I agree. I wish we had been more timely, but I guess the other question I'm just asking is, I don't really understand this question about the city has authority to make that decision. And at another time, you know, people said that, like, well, gosh, we've been letting this go on, and I don't know, people, you know, so I don't know, is that part of what we can discuss or not?
Right.
part
And
of
that's
my issue is the two. My only issue is still that there's 2 of them.
yeah.
If there was one, I would like to know the one that I would, I'd be all for denying one and approving the other.
That's the thing. There's so many moving parts, and it's almost like we're deciding if we want to have, well, but it's like, maybe it's not an ultimatum. We're deciding on this extension for this conditional use permit. I mean, does it shut everything down if it doesn't pass because of non-substantial
Aren't we
construction
short-
or because of the
Were we
vagueness
not-
on the
were we
timeline?
short of a quorum in our planning?
No.
Yeah.
Didn't we miss meetings because there wasn't? No, we weren't.
Oh, you mean over that 4-month period?
Yeah, it seems like they didn't meet for some reason, or they didn't. What was that? I don't know. I'm just saying, it seems to me like if someone applies for, to be heard on January 3rd and they're not heard until what date? June, that
Mayor?
seems excessive to me.
You don't think you'd follow up with another email or something if you hadn't heard back in 5 months?
Well, according
We
to
did.
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but our code says that letter is the application, and that he's required to apply by, so as far as that goes, he has fulfilled they have fulfilled their obligation. I don't know.
Well, no, but say that answers that. It still brings it back to the question of the substantial construction, which is what the denial was based on.
Lori says in her letter to us that the granting of extension is not contingent on whether
Right.
there has been substantial construction of the project.
Oh, I was looking at the deliberation. I'm sorry.
Right. So once again, this is super, super muddy and messy.
Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion regarding the CUP.
I don't know if we can do that inside of a hearing.
Okay.
So
May I ask one quick question of Lori? Are we allowed to, on the decision that we make, are we allowed to add any contingencies? For example, if we wanted to say, yeah, we'll do this one more time, are we allowed to do anything like that?
We said last
Well, the next council, there might be a different, the next class might have a different.
I think you could say 6
composition.
months.
So, Lori?
Up to 1 year, it says.
I'd have to think about that. I think if you have you have findings to support that, there was some outstanding thing going on, or, I mean, I guess the council could even say, you know what, we think this application is stale. It's been sitting here forever. Now, if the applicant appeals to LUBA, I think LUBA has said you have some authority to interpret your code. You have to say why. You'd have to give reasons why you think it's stale. What's the problem with letting this be extended for another year. So I don't know the substance of those kind of findings, what it would be. But
So Lori,
let me
follow up on that. If we did think that the application was stale, if that was like the reasoning, but then we're not allowed to discuss those things at this meeting, I'm kind of confused what it means about the city has authority to interpret its code. I mean, I'm hearing we can't talk about conditions that may have changed, but if that may be part of the reason, then can't we talk about them? I don't understand the decision space.
Yeah, I understand your confusion because I'm confused too, but I don't think you've been presented with any evidence that things have changed. There's just a sense that it's been going on and on for a long time. But, let me just stop there and also point out that Mr. Close has asked to submit more evidence and the record open.
Can I withdraw that? It occurs to me that all this correspondence, that these email chains that I've been reading from, they're in the record because they were submitted to the planning staff. So I think we're good to go there.
Wanted to make sure.
Sorry, I panicked and asked to keep the record open.
And I guess that's the rub, because there has been some pretty substantial changes over the last 8 years, and that's what the rub is because we can't talk about all those changes, huh?
Changes to what?
Just the city possibly having to take the liability over a multi-million-dollar pipeline without talking about it.
No, but possibly this, possibly that. We've never nailed any details down, right?
Exactly, that's what I mean.
So how could anything change if nothing's ever been? I don't even know if, I don't feel like I'm prepared.
No cost to the city.
Well,
and that's a hair that has to be split of what it's cost to the city.
There's sticking points that we've just never been able to get to. And you would think that we would say, well, let's deal with those sticking points. And then we could all feel like good about it. Because I mean, to me, I see there's pros and cons, and it would be great to have the discussion and then like everybody could talk about it. And so instead of having citizens thinking that there's somehow devious things going on in the background, because through the years it has had that appearance, that we have an actual discussion on the pros and cons, and that you can come to a conclusion where you say, you know, it really is a good thing for us to do that, or that would be a good thing, but the liability is an issue, or, you know, all these things that have changed. Our wastewater treatment plant's about to blow up again. I don't even know if we can like do this, and if we're signing on the dotted line that we can do it, you know, are we going to be in trouble? So, I mean, there's a lot of things.
I don't know that we're signing on the dotted line that we can do it. So all we're doing is saying that
Right.
we permit you to put these pipes in the ground, or we permit
we're
the,
not
No,
saying
we're not saying that. We're
just saying we're leaving this permit open
saying
the
you may
permit to do what?
pursue the permit. You may
Permit to do what?
pursue.
to make our effluent water available. Like we amended our wastewater treatment plan 8
Oh, that's
years ago
right.
to
That's
do,
right.
and that was the nut, and that's what was always the sticking point of, oh, you guys have to like go this. You already accepted it. Like that was the narrative last year.
There's been some real issues with this project all along. I have been pissed in here at these guys, but I also am looking at what is going on right now.
Mhm.
And it seems to me like, I don't know how to interpret that stuff any different as far as the application piece goes.
Right.
Don't know how to do it.
Well, it gets down to that matter of we have the authority to interpret our code, and if we
But how do you
want to,
interpret if it says, right? Like interpretation means like, no, that's gray, that's dark gray. No, man, that's light black. That's interpretation. But to say something must be applied for within 1 year.
but then the person would always be able to get it extended forever. There would be no reason ever to have grounds to say no. I mean, if substantial construction's not grounds, this is kind of weird because usually it would be on somebody's private land. And then they would say, it's like their private land, a conditional use. This is on our city streets, in our city streets.
Right.
This is going to be a private company putting in pipes, messing with our potential infrastructure. It's a little bit of a different animal. We've recently, for example, had other companies putting things in, ODOT putting things in, that we've realized, oh gosh, this takes a tremendous amount of staff time. I mean, there's just more stuff we know now, I guess. So to me, I mean, it seems kind of weird that we can't even talk about anything to make a decision. Like we just have to like keep going along with our noses pulled. It's just like the wind energy stuff. Oh, we make a little decision over here. Oh, then we make another little decision over here. And then like
you
by
build,
the end, you get 10 decisions and you're
kind of straight out of the play. It's straight out of the playbook. I mean, it's build on one decision then the other. I think that's the game that's being played. And
so can we ever ask a question? It seems like, you know, there's no space. So that's where I'm wondering if we have that space.
I don't know that we have the guidance that we need. Keep us out of trouble with what we've said in this meeting. There's a real thing. I mean, you can only say certain things and we can only consider certain things. And we're still not even sure what those things are. It seems like. Am I wrong? I'm not. But
Clue said we could just do nothing wrong with this decision.
Yeah, right. No, it's just, are we prepared? Are we? I don't know. I don't know that. I know in the past we've had these types of hearings, and it was things that were said. We were very, very careful with what was said. And Tim, you've been on over here for a while. Do I not?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was very, very carefully worded, and the evidence that we were, given to consider was very limited, and we weren't to have outside conversations, this and that, and all kinds of stuff. Just.
Well,
are we stepping in it here? I mean,
well, so we got a letter from our attorney, and it was read to us, and it basically said that we were only supposed to talk about the CUP extension. That's it. I mean, it pretty much says it right here in her letter. And
I don't want to get sued personally for acting outside of my authority. And if I'm operating outside of my authority and the law, I can be sued without any protection. And if that's going to be the case, I'm going to walk out of this meeting. I don't want to go any further everything we've heard, I'm almost not comfortable even voting on this at all. It's that real, and it's millions and millions of dollars, and I don't got that much jam, man. I mean, I don't want it. I
So what does it, Lori, if you can help me understand, I've asked several times and I've not gotten an answer. What does it mean the city has the authority to interpret its code?
Well, that's referring to case law and LUBA law that since the code is written by the council, and that's the short of it. But I would add to that, maybe in future staff reports and add to this, it has to be a plausible interpretation of your code. So you can't read into your code tonight, well, they've had 7 extensions and now 8's too many, without giving some reason, which would be hard to give. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be hard to find a reason because of the way your code is written. I mean, a lot of cities' codes will have an ultimate expiration date. Like even if they're, you could come in and ask for extension for 2 years or 3 years. You guys don't have that. And you could change your code now, but it wouldn't apply to this application anyway, because there's this goalpost rule that they got their application in years ago before, codes were changed. So I would add the caveat. I understand what you're saying, Counselor, about, the council has the authority to interpret its code. LUBA has said, but it's got to be a plausible interpretation. You can't say, like I said, you can't say now the eighth extension doesn't work. You can't say, you can't call, the sky is blue. You can't say it's green, because it's just not plausible. So that's the only way I can explain it, really. From what I'm hearing in this long discussion tonight, I don't see a lot of hooks that the council can use to interpret its code any differently than how it's written, which is that, they get extensions. Now, what you can interpret, I guess, is that the letter that Mr. Close sent was at January 3rd didn't qualify as an application. Okay, that's I'm not saying you should do that, but I'm just saying that's one possible path. I don't know how, since I'm new to the city, I don't know how you have operated in the past. Do you have application permits? Is it common practice that an applicant send a letter in to Crystal and then that's the day the application's deemed, So I just don't know enough about your history to say whether that would be, but to me that seems like you're treading on dangerous ground, that if it would get appealed to LUBA by the applicant, LUBA might say, hey, your practice was to do this for years and you didn't do it that way this time. Why? You got to give reasoning. So I don't know if Crystal can speak to that at all. I know she was trying to raise her hand before, but I just don't know. I don't know your code well enough yet. I apologize, or what your practice has been for planning applications.
sentence of the code says a letter to the planning commission is what is required. And that was handled on January 3rd. I don't see how we could vote any other way on this personally. And I mean, I just don't know how you could.
Well, but I don't understand how you're then saying, like, we're just always going to have to vote yes on this forever, no matter what. I mean, that's kind of what you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying that the application was filed in time.
Yeah.
And that they heard it, but part of the question has been, was it filed on time? That's not. Mr. Mayor, can Greg approach the?
Yeah, Greg, just,
Greg,
is it a pertinent question?
Well, see, I don't even know. It seems like you're tasked with something different.
So your question, ask your question.
My question is.
I just blanked out.
My question is you looked at a broad spectrum of reasons to come up with your decision.
Right. And the one we did not look at was the date. Because as the chair, I just do what's given to me on my desk. The higher ups, the city, you guys are the city. You give me the job to do and I do it. So I ruled it out right at the top. We started having discussion about it. I said, no, we're not going to talk about this. This is somebody else's decision to make.
About the date.
About the date.
Right.
No, we based our decision on other factors.
Right.
Basically, well.
Yeah, see, you can't tell us.
Well, as I said,
It's in the record, whatever's in the record.
As I said, the applicant seemed to not be in a hurry, as said by the DEQ in writing to me. The last year, they said they were waiting on the DEQ. This year, when I wrote to the DEQ, they said that was not the case, evidently. So it just seems like, and all we hear these stories about the chicken and egg and all. Where's the documentation of any of this stuff? We're trying to uphold or interpret like 26 words in a code. It's very specific. It's not about the construction. It has nothing to do with construction. If they had construction, they wouldn't be here. It's about, are they moving forward? Have they made enough progress? Does it look like they're really doing it? Or are they just sitting around waiting for more money? Or who knows what? I don't know what. I don't know. I used to be a contractor.
Right. Okay.
If I had some stuff to do, I showed up and I crossed my T's and I did all my stuff. It's just my personal, it's the way I approach things. This seems really lackadaisical, and I don't know what's going on. But it's not about the date. We didn't talk about that, and we didn't talk about substantial construction.
If they had failed to submit it on a timely way, then we could say, well, you failed to submit it in a timely way. That would be and then we'd have to say you have to come back to do a new CUP. That's not, I don't think that's the case.
So the 26 words.
Well, but the one thing that bothers me about the email that counts as an application is, after it says the essential background as an attorney for the permit holder, I request another 1-year extension. However, for the reason explained below, the request should not be rescheduled for consideration by planning commission, at least not yet. So where was the following email that said we're ready to go on?
Got it.
So that's when they were waiting for us.
That was the January 3rd email. Like the application that we're saying is adequate as an application ends with this request should not be scheduled for consideration by planning commission, not at least yet. So my question is, when was it, like, when was the application or the letter sent to planning commission saying, okay, we're ready after this initial letter to Crystal?
But it was, the reason being was because we hadn't
signed
the 2023.
So that's where we dropped.
But it was established on the 12th what that process would be. On January 12th, I replied and said, I will not sign a document other than the date that the council, voted on it, because there was a lack and that document was nowhere to be found. So Mr. Klaus contacted me and was like, how do you think, would you want to sign it for this date, the date that we were talking, or the date that it was decided? And I said I would never sign a document other than the date it was decided on, or not be like, oh, it's been 6 months, that's okay, we'll just give you an extra 6 months on the conditional use.
So decided.
So it's that sentence that's kind of getting to me right now, or that last little follow up. I mean, it's
I don't think that, though, if it was to go to LUBA, we would probably lose on that. I mean, they made every substantial effort that our code requires, because our code is too vague, and they certainly tried to comply.
Okay, because it's a precautionary application, just to throw that word in there too. That's what the first.
What that means.
Yeah, we'd have to see that definition of what that is, but.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I don't know, man. I'm running out of steam here.
Yeah.
I'd say that he's probably doing.
So, but in an effort to move on, do you feel like you got your final rebuttal in, Troy and Mr. Klaus? Close? Well,
I did a while back, but as I keep listening to this, I keep thinking of more things I want to say. January 3rd, I filed a very detailed letter that said, this is our application, and this is also a request to hold up on processing so you can get the 2023 permit straightened out. And then I put a cover email on it that said basically the same thing in summary terms. And then the city and we spent some time unscrambling the status of the 2023 permit. Everybody worked together on that. And we finally figured out there was no actual order signed. And so I had discussions with, I forget whether it was the mayor or Joseph, about I drafted how that order should look. And I sent Crystal several versions, and I had different effective dates and so on. And the city picked one, and it got signed. And that was in, I forget.
Third.
Yeah.
That's
March.
And then the city shifted gears back to processing the pending permit for 2024. And so all that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's the applicant and the city working together to get things straightened out and be sure there weren't any.
Does it seem like it's not really relevant in the sense of if there had not been this snafu with the date, they would come back to us and they would say, will you renew it again? And so to me, there's like two different things. There's the whole snafu of the date, is that a thing? I don't think, it seems like we don't think that is a thing.
It doesn't sound like it now.
And so then if they came back to us and there had been no thing, would we say yes, or would we be able to ask any question or not? Because we can't ask any question because that's what we've always been told. Oh no, you can't say anything because you voted on this 8 years ago. Here we go again. You got to just vote on it again. That's what this council's always been told. So is that kind of where it just seems like that's really the discussion, isn't it? Rather than it seems like maybe this date thing is sort of a red herring. I mean, maybe if I don't know, just putting that out there.
Well, I think everybody's being afraid of what the agreement's going to be, but we've got complete control of the agreement when it comes time to discuss that. And if we can tell them what the minimum flow of the effluent is, we can tell them everything we need to include in the agreement. Right now, in order to get there, we need to approve or disapprove this.
And I in response to all that, I totally agree. The applicant totally agrees with the city that it's time to work out the nuts and bolts of the arrangement, and that's the agreement. And there's now at least a draft agreement on the table in front of the city, and the way to ensure a window to allow progress on that agreement, that is, we start right where we're at and we keep moving forward in a positive way, is to grant the extension and then turn around and get to work on that agreement and, and like jump on it like you're stomping on snakes. I mean, it's ripe. It's time to be worked on, and that agreement will define the relationship between the city.
Yeah, but just to clarify, sir, that agreement is not on the agenda. We're not discussing the agreement tonight.
I'm not talking about the merits of the agreement. We're all talking, I agree, we're all talking about what's.
No, you said that it was on the agenda for after the hearing and that the agreement is not on the agenda.
No, okay, I understand. It's been presented to the city to be more accurate.
Yes.
Which.
You're completely right about that.
I hate to say it, but I will add another thing that I really wish we did not have to factor this in, because I would like us to feel like we could make, a decision about what's right or wrong, or that we could just have a discussion about these things that we can't discuss. But we do have to, knowing our whole budgetary constraint situation, think about, the threat of litigation, appeal, and the cost of all of that,
Right.
And that's unfortunate that we have to think about that right now, but we might have to think about that.
Okay, but so appellants, do you feel like you've had a fair chance for your rebuttal?
Yes, thank you for your courtesy and patience.
More than fair.
Oh, I did horrible on the time limits. Okay, so Lori, I can close this hearing now, correct? I'm kind of got ambiguous on.
Yeah, correct.
Then we will close this short conditional use permit hearing at 8:41. Smooth 3 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for your input and patience.
The rest of it?
Now we're back in regular council, so we need to discuss discuss between ourselves?
I move to overturn the planning commission decision to deny a 1-year extension.
I second.
Okay, discussion?
It's just, I
Let's go
gotta,
back and discuss the whole thing all over again.
You know, the whole thing is a little muddied, to be honest with you. We have to get to where we talk about the nuts and bolts of the thing, because that's been the thing everybody's been asking about. For years, we didn't ask about it because there wasn't much going on. Then COVID hit. Of course, you know what happened there. Everybody knows. But it sounds like now is the time to have that discussion. So we have to decide on this tonight, and then we need to figure out how to set up
Move
that.
that ahead.
Yeah, move that ahead. And who knows where it goes, honestly. We know the position we're in as a city, and we have to factor in a lot of stuff. So tonight, we're talking about the CUP.
You just made me really wish we had the original 2016 conditional use permit in our hands right
I have it. You want
You
a
do?
copy of it? Yeah, I brought it here tonight. I mean, the conditions?
Of course you do.
The conditions, yeah, well, this is.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead
I
for
don't
everybody.
think that's irrelevant.
What?
Is that irrelevant?
Well,
Oh,
I
wait,
don't know.
wait,
We're
wait.
not supposed to look
You're
at
right.
the conditions.
It's on the record.
Oh,
It's
right.
on the record.
Oh, but no, but we're in an open meeting now, and that's just a document that's public.
I'm not gonna. fool
Okay,
around.
well, I won't mess with it then. That's food for future thought. It's
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
it's scary.
Well, that's going to be the thing we're going to start with.
Okay, but what if there's no word, you've read it obviously pretty recently. There's no wordage in there that's going to be holding us to anything by extension for the agreement.
No, I don't think so. I think the things that worry me are the absence of some things about, liability and financial obligation or things like that, or that if there are, it's A through Y. So if we had just done a Z condition, there may be some more things,
Well-
but those are in the other agreement is what you're saying.
And that's why I asked about the reducing of the time limit to 6 months, just because we know the agreement's next. We know, I mean, I guess 6 months or a month, a year doesn't matter, but because the agreement is the next step, regardless of what we decide tonight. I mean,
And we have control of that agreement. I mean, I don't see how they can tell us how that agreement is. We have to agree.
well, they brought us an agreement 3 months ago of exactly how they think it should be.
But we,
That's,
We didn't approve it.
we
We
did.
thought it was going to be, okay. No, I know we didn't approve anything. I'm just saying that it's.
I mean, we have control
It'll
of it.
take us a year to get done with that agreement anyway.
but we asked, I mean, at that specific meeting, I asked specifically for more information about the full suite of steps and agreements that would be coming, so that it would not be, oh, tonight we're going to ask you to bite the nose of the elephant, tomorrow we're going to ask you to bite the toe, and then have it go on. I asked for that. We've never received that. We received it. We asked people to come. We suggested they could come back in March. We did not get more. We have been up in disarray. So, but Tim, to get back to your point, I would like to say one other thing, which is, yes, the next step is in the agreement, but I do know there are many citizens that feel like this whole process has never had an opportunity to have a community discussion about what, how this affects other things. And we can't have that discussion. We still are not going to be able to have that discussion. That's not going to be a discussion that's in this agreement, or maybe it will be. Maybe we can have discussions about housing and all that stuff. But that stuff is still hanging out there. And that's the stuff that, I mean, as people who are elected to represent our community members, the people who live in the community, who are the taxpayers, who are living here, and we know we have different views, but that's what I'm just saying. I think it would be great if we could have that conversation so that we could understand those views, as opposed to just trying to like roll it or something or sneak it or whatever. So
And
anyway.
I definitely look forward to that. We had a ton of that discussion at the start. I mean, hours of meetings and
it got
commentary from citizens. But like you said, things have changed. So it's obviously not going to be like it was back then. We got other things to discuss. And we'll get to that point. And I'm confident we'll get to that point. I think our citizens expect that, and that's what we're going to do.
I
mean, I
think,
agree with that wholeheartedly.
might this benefit the city?
It's going to be a long,
That's
it's going to be, it's not going to be 2-meeting contract. It's going to be a long process. So, you know, you talk about, Pat mentioned 6 months. I don't think we could get it done in 6 months, if you want to know my honest opinion.
No, that's what I like
It's going to
do.
be
That's
some
why I said
public hearings, and we're going to want to get all the input we can get. It's the only way we can make an educated decision.
I think that the appropriation allows for staff.
It's a very tricky thing from what we've learned so far, and that's another discussion that we have to have because the money has to be for a particular proposal. And so, I mean, there's some things that, and then we would have to, if we are going to be the ones who build or whatever, then we are responsible for it. So there's some nuts conundrum sort of things we have to sort out with lawyers and engineers.
But that's functionally, I think, one of the problems as a citizen too is like, oh, we're going to pay for that. It's going to be paid for the grant. But time is a commodity too. And when you have all these other infrastructure needs, then there's more to it than just you're getting paid for the time that you're set. They're choosing to, like, we're directing them to put time on this or in ways, or like, that's where we have to be careful, because the assumption is, oh, well, we got this agreement or we got this conditional use, so I'm doing my job to, you know, put more effort into that, where maybe we're not ready there because we don't have an agreement yet.
And the good news on that money is that we don't, I mean, it's not like we have a super deadline on it, but that's the thing of like, I mean, our citizens are looking to us and saying, what is the priority that, where are you putting your staff time?
So I think that there's potential to source fresh water from them. If we don't give them our effluent, they're going to use that fresh water to irrigate their golf course.
I don't know if they can do that.
Are we ready to vote?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean,
but
how does it benefit the community? I think potentially in many ways. Is it going to change things? Perhaps. Is it harm things? Maybe, perhaps. You know.
Yeah,
but,
like people with wells on that.
Well, I'm just saying that I think that I don't know. That's not what we're asking.
Okay, but there is a motion and a second on the table. Perry, Ann, I haven't touched on you yet. Do you have anything to say?
I said what I was going to say, just that, you know, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Gary? Greg?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, I will call for the question then. And the motion was to overturn the planning decision on the conditional use 02 and 03. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Gary?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Ann?
No.
Tim?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that concludes that. We are on departmental reports. But if anything, I mean, only the stuff that sticks out.
Are you gonna?
Oh, I need a motion to continue the meeting, actually.
I'm going to make a motion to continue the meeting past the 7:30 deadline.
I second it. Second it.
Wow, Tim. I can't believe Tim did the
I can't even
motion.
believe I did that.
Extend the meeting after a brief recess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta.
Okay.
Oh, in there.
Yeah, and the rest of
Oh, I
our.
thought you said you had like go to get stuff.
Okay, so are we good to continue? Okay.
I think
We need to have a 4-minute recess really quick before we continue on.
Melissa, now you see why
Yes.
I stayed at home.
Say again?
Now you
Can
see
I
why
just
stayed
submit
at
my
home.
report? Can I just submit my report as written? And if you have questions, I'll answer them next week, please.
Yes.
The mayor left the
Let me
room.
check with the mayor
Oh.
because he's.
No, you're in Hawaii. I don't know if that's fair.
It's only like
Yeah, I got to snorkel today. It was lovely. So,
Oh.
but
And she would probably like to go back doing that with her family, it looks like.
Melissa, you were excused.
Thank you, kind sirs and madams. I will see you next week.
Okay.
Bye.
Big-
Thank you.
Big
Bye,
week next
Melissa.
week.
I didn't hear Tim. What, Tim?
Big week next week.
Yes.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. Have fun.
Sure. Sure. Okay. Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, for the bathroom? So.
So that comes after reports, under new.
Oh, it's still gonna happen?
Oh, yes,
That's what I'm
yeah,
asking.
we're dedicated here. Oh, yeah. Well, so a lot of times people leave after whatever they're excited about.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
That's difficult decisions. Man, they're gonna tar and feather us out there.
But, you know, I mean, they've got to be able to say what they want to say.
See,
It's
that's
what
the thing
we
is, I don't think in the past that has been allowed. So what would happen would be that Shayla would say, stop that, yeah, and say, that,
We have to limit discussions.
Yes.
so that's just the scary part to me, is that we're underrepresented.
Oh, yeah.
Counselor Webb, the mics are hot in session.
Your territory for our council.
I know, I just. Right, I understand that, but. Somebody else says outside, I mean, we can get in trouble.
There may be a path to getting there.
Sure, we make a decision that's not based on the law. We can listen to whatever. We can listen to anything. But we still have
It's
to
still
do
what
that.
we've done
We
6
have
to
to
8
be
times
like,
already.
right, we have to be open and we have to use our discretion. Right.
Like, we have to be open in the hallway and in our emails.
Even in a hearing, you have to be open to what your public says. That doesn't mean that you, yes, it is the way it is. That's the way it is in court.
The judge can tell, no, the judge says that's not admissible.
And then we use our brains to siphon.
It's a quasi-judicial situation. It is court here.
I'm about as fair a guy as there is.
Everybody got it. I swear, nobody in town comes in. Every time.
Says if we act on it improperly.
Couple things before we come back into normal session. Sign those. Those are the ones that were already approved.
Okay, everybody's back.
Yeah, go ahead, you can start up.
That packet signed as well, but we'll talk about that.
Okay, so on departmental reports, we did have some in the packet. Well, now Tim went outside of us.
You can start, you got 3 here. Everybody's here. What's next on the agenda?
Departmental reports.
Oh, did you hear our
It's like the-
administrator?
Yeah, she's out of here, so we can ask her questions next time. Isidore, are you here?
No, he's told me he's probably not coming tonight because he has a major tooth issue, but I
Okay.
had a conversation with him and he told me some important things to impart. Oh, yeah.
That's what you want to hear.
He was here for a portion of the meeting. I'm not sure when he,
Either way, but okay,
I
so.
got a few items from him that are important to
And-
transmit.
I would like
Okay,
to-
good. So we know that we're going to ask administrative and finance questions next month because Melissa is not here, but we will move on to public works and Ann will touch on her.
Yeah, okay. So, so Public Works, the big thing that John wanted me to relay to us is that, and I applied it earlier, we had a couple of big VFD drives blow up down at the plant a couple week and a half ago. And so those are the systems that operate the blowers at our wastewater treatment plant, and they're absolutely crucial and necessary. Being John, he totally like MacGyvered together some solution for like a while, but he's like, you know, like on edge of, and this is like a kind of thing that would have been good to talk about, of like whether this thing's going to blow anytime. And so we really need to get new drivers and get them put in. And so the cost of that is like they're $5,700 a driver. We need 2 of them, and it's going to cost $5,000 to install. So that's like
$5,000 a day, 3 to 4 days.
oh my gosh, he told me when I talked to him 5,000. But anyway, yeah, you're right.
They might be able to do it in a day.
Only 3 to 4 days at 5,000.
Oh, so he
wow,
doesn't. He
that's
didn't
not
say
fair.
at day. He just
Okay,
said
yeah.
5,000,
Okay.
and that is going to require the electrician to come back. So he basically wanted us to kind of give the go ahead of like, we're going to have to rob Peter and pay Paul to come up with the money for this. It's not budgeted, but it's like, it's really crucial.
What is the cost?
So it's about 15,000 to 16,500. He said he wasn't sure if it would be 5,000 or for
But
installation. Could be a little bit less, more.
there's
you know,
a
like-
dugout roof that's 14,000 in the parks fund. Just saying.
Okay. Yeah, he had a few other ideas about where it could come from. And it's just a matter of, you know, like, as we know, there's going to be stuff that's going to come up and we're going to have to be robbing money here and there. So, but this one sounds like, I mean, it sounds like it's pretty darn crucial. I heard about it from Melissa when it happened. These parts blew up. It's like the whole thing is contingent on this. So he wanted us to just kind of at least discuss it so we can give the informal okay. And I don't really see we have an option. Because,
Yeah, we don't have an option to give an informal okay because that price tag has to go out to bid.
okay, well, so can we do an actual okay then? I mean, he didn't say informal. I was inferring that. So maybe he wanted us to do a formal okay for it to go out to bid because he needs to move on it.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
okay. But that's, I was just, they wanted to clarify that it wasn't an okay to go spend the money. But yeah, so by consensus, can we authorize staff to pursue getting the blowers fixed?
Yeah. Should we just take a vote or is by consensus okay?
Consensus is fine because it's just staff direction. What?
Since we have a counselor absent, it might be better.
It's okay. We're fine. We have a quorum, so we're okay. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Greg? Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, jot that down. What?
Spend their money.
We're not yet. We're getting bids. That's the whole point. We're getting
Devil's
bids.
coming
We're
out.
getting bids.
Gosh.
Okay, so anything else on Public Works?
I think that was the big thing. He did also say that they are moving forward on this lift station, but it's more expensive than they thought. Yeah. So anyway, you can see the stuff that he's got there. It's the
Oh, right, the Wyoming one, because they made them extend, like we had a bid for that pump station, that lift station, and then when the DEQ permitting came about, they're like, oh, we want you to do the extra mile and go 20 feet out from here and here. So it was kind of out of our hands in a way. Because it was a DEQ after the fact, we want you to do this, this, and this type of thing.
But that's it. So that was his stuff.
So
Talked to John in the market the other night. I got a pretty thorough briefing.
can we
Well, yeah.
do some of that?
My point was that you should
I mean,
notice
'cause
that
if we don't fix this, we can't really.
Yeah, that's what I was
like,
thinking.
it's
Yeah,
going to cost $16,000 to
Yep.
fix, and we don't really have a choice. We got to do it. So
Yeah, they're running 24/7 and
There's gonna be more.
got like
yeah, he was worried about it.
In engineering, it's usually 10% on a project. It's like, I think they know where they want it to go.
What else have we got going on?
let's keep it going. Pat.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can
Sorry,
we,
side comment.
can we?
Yes, I was just going to ask you if we could do that. Address this
let's do that.
right away. Yes.
To help this young lady.
Yeah. Just after Ann was done, I was going to see if you guys were okay with that. Yeah, we are going to jump to the right of way. What is it? Right of way permits. Okay, page 23.
New business.
Just so you know, for first future reference, you could have come up earlier before that whole thing started. There's a time when you can speak to something on the
On the
agenda.
agenda, yeah. Right.
But
I think
It was confusing with the hearing.
You wanted to
Let's
stay.
Usually the meetings are only like 3.5 hours, not 4.
Yeah.
Welcome to the city of
We
Port
did
Orford.
good. We have had longer meetings.
We're not done yet, Tim.
I like
I thought we
this.
were gonna order a pizza if it.
We should have done something like that.
All right, so why am I?
Okay, you're on page 23, my friend, because I just found it.
Okay, that's what I'm looking
It's
for.
under new business.
Oh, that's why I was still,
see.
I was still in that cumbersome hearing.
It's easy too.
Okay. And this one isn't for the porta potty. It is for the porta potty?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Joseph
So,
is raising
go
his
ahead.
hand behind you. I'm sorry, Pat. You can't see him.
And I'm just waiting because I believe the mayor is the only one who can actually invite me to speak.
Yeah, go for it.
Um,
Just speak.
Okay, so on the memo, it says that the Public Works had not had the opportunity to review the application. That has changed since the packet was made. So John has signed off on it with conditions.
What is it? Oh, the.
What are the conditions? Do we know?
Sorry, it says Dave Bassett, so I'm just gonna get confused.
The condition, if I'm remembering correctly, was simply that the porta potty had to be anchored down so it doesn't blow away in the wind.
And when I talked to him today, he had a little bit more information about that, if I may add. And should we hear what this?
Yeah, if you'd like to come up and speak because of the confusion, feel free.
I'm honestly here just to represent Dave if there's any questions
Oh,
about
okay.
what's been turned in. I mean, you guys have the
Okay.
information.
Okay. So the thing that was unclear, I had a little conversation with John about this, is why does this have to be on the right of way? And
Oh.
so, because it's going to ultimately be like a plumbed toilet, like a real toilet with plumbing. So he was under the impression that it's only going to be on the right of way temporarily. Is that true? And then it's going to get moved onto the Dave's property?
Yes, so what is in the right of way and that he's asking to stay for just till the end of August at the latest is a temporary porta potty that he's renting. He already has another porta potty that he is refurbishing, and it will be handicap, have rails. He's actually putting in a real toilet and making it really nice with a sink, etc. Inside of it, it's rather large. And it sits out of the right of way behind the wall. That where he has the temporary toilet is the only place that it's level and, safely away from where the little catering truck is and stuff like that, and where people sit to eat. So that's why it's located where it's located, and also, so that it can be serviced. So the next one is going to be behind it and out of the right of way completely. So he's just asking for through the end of August.
And that one is going to go through the proper building code process, because it's a little bit of a
Absolutely.
weird thing, because it's a porta potty that's going to have a full-on plumbing and stuff in it. So
Oh,
it's
yes,
going to go
absolutely.
through the full-on building. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Dave is nothing if not thorough. And I mean, he's actually, the only reason he's not at this meeting is because he is up in Bend celebrating the Oregon Building Officials Association, that he is the only member that's still alive, from the original members. So, yeah.
And when
very
this
thorough.
is so ironic to me, because when we first originally took over reviewing these, years ago, it was because there's instances of unhappy, people or neighbors getting mad about stuff. And it's always about fixed. It doesn't seem like gravel, cutting brush back, even like this, something that can move back and forth. It's just ironic, like that isn't a big deal, but I'm looking at somebody that cut our curb out and put a ramp in on the right of way that's now coming and asking for the permission for a porta potty. And the only reason I'm mentioning is because I'm looking at this, and it's an ADA thing in our right of way. So that's why we're reviewing these again. And hopefully that kind of stuff doesn't happen. But really, I don't personally, it's a movable object. And they know, like right away to me is like, I want to build a fence in your right of way. Okay, we'll accept that. You know that it can get ripped out at any time, but something you can push out of the way. I don't know. It doesn't seem.
That's
like
for
too-
45 days.
Yeah. No, and Ann has voiced the one concern is, as long as we're not accepting, this and then it's going to turn into the replacement. That was the concern.
Well, it's a little bit unclear to me, the way this thing is, it says temporary and then permanent, but it's all part of the application. So
Right, so we'll be careful with our motion to specifically say that we are, if somebody so moves, just maybe try to be specific that we authorize this.
yeah, I motion to approve the right-of-way permit for Dave Bassett down at the corner of that street down at
7th
7th and
Washington.
7th and Washington for 45 days with the conditions set forth by Public Works, Police, and Administration.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Just quickly, remember across the street right across the street, there was that porta potty, at the.
Oh, yeah, the health clinic.
Did that come before the?
No, that's what I mean. Like, and that, so, but we're feeling this
We're
out
talking
right now.
20 feet away from.
But the one on Idaho did come before us.
Okay, I wonder if we're supposed to do that or not.
Which one?
The one for the
homeless.
homeless folks.
Oh, right.
It did come to us as a city council. That's before you even asked for them to come.
Right, and that was kind of the same thinking of this is going to be contentious.
I'm good. We can
And
vote.
Okay. Oh, but okay, you want to get out of here? Okay, Councilor Tidy,
Yes.
Councilor Rask,
Yes.
Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Pogwitz,
Tim, yes.
Councilor Webb,
yes.
Councilor Belisis.
Yes.
Well, that is about as cumbersome of a meeting that you probably have to go through. To get it right away for a porta potty like that.
I know. We
Pretty
didn't
long.
even have any real questions for you.
Thank you very much.
It's just,
Oh, man.
Jen only came to see if the right of way was approved, obviously. I know. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, so,
Birds.
Everybody's leaving us.
Down on Thanksgiving.
you know, yeah, I know.
Now that everybody's gone, we could just stay till 3 a.m.
No, not me.
We can probably still order pizza.
There's some,
I think he's open for another 45 minutes.
one thing I was going to mention in my mayor's report is Steve Lawton has still been chugging away on the Fort Point Trail, and he's worked with trail keepers to get it ramped up in a major, more accessible way. It's really a good project, and he's working with the tribes, and we really need to start thinking about a way to show appreciation for that, because he's been doing a lot of work for what he has going on.
He worked on it through my whole mayorship.
Right.
And yours is coming to an end.
Yeah.
So he's been working on this for 8 years.
What can we do? What do you suggest?
I don't know. I'm just saying, let's start like shaking our brain. Maybe we declare Steve Lawton Day on the day that they open up that trail.
Direct staff to write a letter of appreciation to him for his continued efforts and
I'm just planting a seed. I read an email before I came in here. It's like, oh, I don't want to forget that. So
he's a real asset, and he works with the port, and he's.
But we have that issue, I would say generally, we have many volunteers.
Yeah, we
in
do.
the city that
We do.
could benefit from having like, volunteer appreciation day or like December.
Yeah, but 8 years is a huge dedication.
and I guess the only other thing on my mayor's report is there's no reason we can't have a workshop on this whole golf course conversation.
There's not.
And talk about whatever the hell we want and get the community here.
Because
and
we
just
need
have
to
a
be ahead of this thing.
Exactly, yeah.
We need to be, if you don't tell the story, somebody else tells the story.
And that's what we're doing is we're waiting for the next plate
That's
of
what
what.
we not need to do. We don't need to do that. I'll tell you what, man, I mean, it may have appeared as though if I'm golfer.
No, you were just trying to cover our butts.
But I have not sided with them very often.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but you were siding with protecting the city is what I read.
I don't want to get us in
Joseph,
trouble, man.
Your arm's gonna get tired, buddy.
That's fine. I'm used to it.
His exercise for the night.
Yes. One, I'm just bringing it up real quick because it's coming to my attention. They're technically not supposed to be workshops. They're work sessions, very minor. Two, we should probably try and limit conversations about what just went on.
Gotcha. We are. I just the future looking forward, like an avenue for us. Work session. Sorry about that.
Session.
That's
Thank
fine.
you for keeping us on track.
I'm trying.
What else is on the agenda?
Sorry, I couldn't say
Yeah,
anything
no.
about
Quite a job.
Okay, so anybody else have any outstanding
Nothing.
liaison reports?
Well, I
Joseph has something
I
for you.
gotta tell you,
Yeah, Ann,
my
please.
liaison reports.
Something else.
She's
Oh,
so
yeah.
prepared.
I'm going to cut in because technically planning comes before the liaison reports. I just want to say on the record, Commissioner Pamela Burnt from the Planning Commission, her term has come to an end, and the Planning Commission would like to give thanks to her for her years of dedication and service on the Planning Commission.
On the record. Yeah, so the council would like to appreciate, give a word of appreciation on the record to Ms. Pamela.
All right. Thank you for that.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. Or sorry to see her go.
Thank you, Penny.
So we're on to your report right now, Ann, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to tell you there's a few little updates in that, but now I can't find my report in this.
21,
So,
page 21.
okay, thank you so much. It's like jammed in here right before all that other, well, then no.
Oh, there's 2 pages.
I kept losing page 3 and
I've lost page 1.
Oh my God.
It's because there was the new findings and the old findings. So I kept
yeah,
grabbing
yeah,
the wrong, and both were number 3 on the top.
So a couple of things, you guys, I wanted to tell you. So, you know, we got these like huge news on these 2 grants. So that's like really exciting. We got I just have to say it in public because it's fun. We got almost $500,000 to plan this raw water tank. And we made the cut on this national competition, like in a really high level. The guy at the Oregon Emergency Management place who helped us by getting us like a consulting firm from Texas to help us on top of everything was totally psyched. And he's like, oh my God, you guys are 1 of 3 in Oregon, you know, so we still don't know if we're going to get it, but
sounds good.
it sounds good so far. So I just have to say that.
That's awesome.
And then
Congratulations and
we
thank you.
also just found out, you know, in my report here, I say we're waiting to find out about this $100,000 thing, but we did find out about it. We got the loan agreement. And so later in this package is we need to give Melissa the authority basically to follow through on all the pieces that have to go forward. And we can talk about that later, but that's what is later in this. And then just to say, I've been working with Melissa, and Pat was in on this too, and John, Isidore, and the engineers to try to find funding for our dredging. So we're working on that front right now and shaking trees. And so we'll see what happens.
I'm told that Senator Smith is going to meet with you about that in a couple of weeks.
Well,
to see about getting funding.
one of my jobs was to talk to him. And so I mentioned it to him that we do need help on that. So
Good for you.
He told me he's planning to meet with you in a couple of
great,
weeks.
good. Well, I will. Maybe he will. I hope he still does after tonight, after my vote tonight. But anyway, I think he will.
Council probably went the way that he would like.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah. Yes, we know that it did. So
I,
did anybody
I never
have
get to vote.
anything else? Any questions on that? That's just, it's a good report. So how could I not say it?
It was
No,
in
that's
paper
awesome, man.
too.
Thank you very much. So you
And hey,
500,000 for the planning on the water tank?
Yeah, and who put it on Facebook?
Figurehead.
Well, so what
Somebody
happened?
put it on Facebook.
We,
On the
Melissa,
bubble.
I talked to Melissa about putting out a press release. She put it in the paper, and I think, did you post it on the website? And that's how it
I
got
think it was in the paper.
It was in the paper, yeah.
But it was on Port Orford Networks.
Right.
Your paper?
No, Facebook.
That water tank is so huge for us, you guys.
Which
Like
one?
staff
What
time.
they were talking
Like,
Yeah.
it's huge, huge. I think I can't express how happy I am for that water tank. It's huge.
It changes.
Not that everything isn't, but it just, once we get out in, we have a little cushion to circumvent the dredging and this and that, or not run for a day. Like, to me, it's the winter time that it's really gonna help us,
I
'cause
agree.
the days that we can't pump.
Given our,
And not to mention, it'll be a pump chance so all the practice for fires, like, they can go and get water there. They're not gonna be hammering our system, which is a lot of the leaks. And yes, they're not gonna like it, and they will use the hydrants wherever they need to during fires, but having a water source that they can go suck whatever much water they want and shut it off as fast is really good for the system
And that's
too.
gonna be raw, so then that's like they're using raw water instead of our treated
Right,
water.
right.
Like, I mean, I forgot about that part of it. That's really good, Pat. So anyway, okay,
Yeah.
so we can move on.
the fire department, I'm sorry, is that, you're saying they're gonna use raw water?
Well, I'm just saying, if we do what Pat says, if you put a standpipe next to that
To the raw water
raw
storage
tank,
thing.
then they could access raw water. I still don't know why
For
they can't
training
access
and to
the
fill
lake
up.
sometime,
I
but
just can't, oh,
because right now, when they use our hydrants, we
I
pay
get it,
for all the
I
water.
get it, and that shouldn't happen. The fire district should be buying that water.
Yeah, right.
There's no reason why people outside the city shouldn't pay their share of that expense.
Right.
I don't think they're gonna wanna put raw water in their equipment.
Well, it's coming.
Well, if we do some pre-filtering, they should. If it doesn't have snails and stuff in it.
No, it is just
Yeah.
chunks of stuff.
It's like the lake the snails, that's kind of what shut down our pump system, and why they don't like to do it is because the snails,
Little
like,
tiny
get
snails.
in, those little tiny ones that get it, like get in and then they grow.
Yeah.
I can't believe
And you're well aware of how little it takes to plug things up.
Yeah, I deal with all those weird little things in my.
A quarter-inch snail can really plug up a 30 seconds, not.
Well, it's not the quarter-inch snail. It's 400,000 quarter-inch snails.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, you guys, let's keep the show on the road.
So you want to? Okay, so
Yeah.
any other liaison reports that are big? We talked about that the port got funded for the supplementary seawater system, right? Last month?
Yes,
Okay.
we did, and the port's contentiously debating rate structure currently, and I don't use the term lightly.
You guys are so amiable. Anybody's ever gonna have.
Yeah, no, it's great. You can say something like that and nobody beats you up. You know, but that's what's going on there. We're struggling with some financial situation at the port is not great, and we've lost quite a bit of money due to just, you know, the restaurant's not open. We used to rent that building for the NorCal building for $5,000 a month. And the restaurant was another 12 or 14 or something. And so we're
Adds up quick.
60, 80 grand, you know, and our budget is, what's the budget, Pat? $800 or something like that?
Oh, it's like 705.
It
started at
it's like
740 and
10%
ended
of
up at 705.
10% of our budget or of our resources has vanished, and we've been sort of chipping away. We've got all these projects, and they take a little money, and Pat's been as thrifty as he can be, and as manager, but things are getting tight, and there's this thing starting to go on. You know, there's a lot of this thing going on, finger pointing and this guy, that guy. So,
And it's so fluid. It's such a different revenue stream than the city has, but we're
is.
really in the same boat. It's like everything goes south at once type of thing. Murphy's Law applies to public entities quite.
Well, we make money off of fuel, and we have a landing tax, and so when things slow down, it's like every single piece of it slows down, and that's what's happened.
Looks like a lot of people are over there camping, but that's probably not as big of a.
No, it's better.
More money in that than you might imagine.
I didn't see a lot of people. That's like a sweet.
That's really actually kind of, it's hard not to want to grow that, but we don't want to compete with private businesses, and it's dry camping, so it's not really
Parking.
You know,
There's no camping.
That's right. It's just parking.
I think years ago, somebody called me for the board, I think Sam, says, hey, do you have a problem with this? I said, absolutely not. I said, you guys are offering something completely different than I do.
It's a difference.
You're offering an ocean view and no hookups.
I didn't ask you. I didn't even check in with you. I'm sorry.
Well, you weren't.
No, the problem, we had a problem with signage.
Yeah, it was exactly. Okay, so Gary, you have anything that you need?
Susan ended up getting Cody from Gold Beach Lumber to install the failed windows in the visitor center. I didn't get that in the report, but those windows were going, and so she just went ahead and did that. And Cody donated his time installing them. He used to be a window glazer. And other than that, things are going along really well at the visitor center, and there might be a way of getting some kind of a grant for the roof of the visitor center, maybe.
One of the Oregon tourism things or something like that.
Something through a Main Street thing.
Oh yeah, actually Main Street would do that. Well, it actually would be eligible for TLT funds.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Would it be? It's a government.
Well,
we talked about that before.
You can't use TLT funds on city buildings.
That's right.
It's a parks building.
Well,
owned by the
that
city.
Again, if you get called out on it.
What if you lease it?
We do.
I don't know. You're splitting hairs.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It's the first thing you see when you pull into town, the roof of that thing.
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Okay, so we hit up our right-of-way permits. There was only the one.
Real quick,
Next.
Pat, Mayor for Parks, real quick, for me, real quick.
Oh, sorry, Greg. It's just
No, you're fine.
harder.
I understand. I just want
Joseph
to,
has
on
a
record,
strange
since we're
record.
doing,
I can't. It's not my fault.
since we're doing on record, I want to make sure we get the Jubilee ladies and all their hard work for doing the Jubilee, it going off. That was a really good turnout. Town was packed. I know the fireworks ended up being a little bit earlier than had to be because of the high tide and the fire department getting off the beach safely. That's why they actually went off a little earlier than scheduled. But besides that, it was a great day.
You know, maybe we should think about doing a letter of appreciation to the Jubilee Committee too. We never
We really
have.
should. The ladies put in a lot of work throughout the year and really don't get any help besides those three. So it would be nice.
Well,
We need to make a habit of like thanking everybody every month, because you know we're gonna miss someone, and it's like every month, who are we gonna give?
Choose one a month.
Exactly.
What if we did get like, write, I wouldn't want to say a boilerplate letter, but just get a thank you letter going, and then we could have it there, and then, we could just add in the paragraph for like what we did. I mean, it would just be a good practice.
I think it'd be a great practice because we have so many wonderful volunteers.
We'd be so
That's-
screwed without them.
This city wouldn't even run without the volunteers, honestly.
So we can noodle on that.
Yeah, but should we just
Falling out of the head.
direct staff to write a thank you note to the Jubilee Committee on behalf of the council
Yep.
Get on that, Joseph.
with all the extras?
And I just want to stop right now before I forget at the end of the meeting. Joseph we all know, has stepped into this position where it's like learning a different language. It's like, oh, cool, I got this down, but I got to go refer to it again. And I know this because I live it every day. And today was super tough. He didn't have a lot of backup, and we made it through that hearing, Joseph. So you did a great job.
Kidding.
Thank you, Joseph.
Absolutely.
We,
Very good. Thank you, Pat, for
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to postpone number 13 until such a time as staff is available, just until next meeting.
Gotcha. And it's continuing action items, so we can.
Well, it has to be, it's an ordinance, so it has to have 2 readings. And I did talk to John about this today, so I have some amended amendments. So if we could make them, it's going to have to be a 2 meeting thing. But anyway, I also got some input from citizens.
What is, you have amendments to it?
I have one amendment to it, yeah. Based on
Okay.
talking to John.
We're still on 12 though.
John, or Pat.
No,
Joseph
we
wants
don't,
to say something.
there's not much going on.
We have to do
Joseph
B
got his hand up again.
and C.
I
12.
thought we did,
B,
we did.
C.
Before we can move on to continuing action items, we need to take care of new business.
Right.
Thank you.
We are. We will.
Okay.
Yeah, you just skipped ahead. I don't know why you want to leave so bad.
Well,
We can do 2 readings of that.
Yeah, we can't do 2 readings in one meeting too. But we can do 2 readings in
Wanna
one
do it.
meeting
Yeah,
where we're
and
not
then it's
losing.
done.
Yeah, we can read it by title.
And it's done. in
Thank you, Tim.
30 days, correct? Still takes 30 days, doesn't it, for it to take effect?
Yes, but I'm just saying, if we have to do 2 readings, we can do 2 readings at the next minute. We
Correct.
shouldn't lose time, versus doing one now and one next. What?
Right.
well, Melissa was charged with, I just like to have the she
So-
was in charge of putting together what we asked for, correct?
Mhm.
She's not available to us right now.
Right, so we can do that. But we need to do 12.
Yeah, I guess I skipped. I thought we just only did one.
I see what Ann's motivation is, though. She wants to get it on the books so that it's not slowed down until next meeting, these
I get it.
amendments or these
Yeah.
suggestions.
Well,
I get
yeah.
it.
But we are not on
It's
that
gonna
yet,
take
so we will hit that up in a while. We are on 12B, Resolution 2024-09, Port Orford Limited English Proficiency Plan. These are all to line us up for grant funding, and it's one of those things.
Move to approve 2024-09 for Limited English Proficiency Plan.
I second.
Any discussion?
When you write it up in the minutes, Joseph, please say that it's to ensure that we can provide all citizens with courteous service rather than that it's just a boilerplate thing to.
Yeah, can you church that up a little bit?
I'm not supposed to, but she formally said it on the record, so that's what the minutes will reflect.
Oh, no, darn it.
Okay. Any
That's
discussion on that?
Well,
Can you reread that motion, Joseph, just so we're clear for the record?
Councilor Brett Webb motions to approve Resolution 2024-09, Port Orford Limited English Plan. Councilor Perry Rusk seconds the motion. Discussion. This resolution is to ensure that we can provide courteous service to all citizens.
Fabulous.
Great.
I'm ready to vote.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call for the question. Councilor Burns?
Yes.
Councilor Tidy?
Yes.
Councilor Rask?
Yes.
Councilor Pogwitz?
Tim, yes.
Councilor Belisis?
Yes.
Councilor Webb?
Webb, yes.
How do you come up with your order? And it's like you're spot on almost every time. I don't even know how you remember that. I was never that organized.
He's like playing whack-a-mole.
I know. That's what on all different corners of the room, including out in outer space with Greg. I mean, you're awesome.
That one pass it. Yeah, I'm calling.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-10, Watershed Planning Lead Authorization. Lead or lead?
Loan. What? Loan authorization.
Loan. It says load. Okay, that's what.
What does that say?
It says planning load authorization, but it should say planning loan authorization.
I would like to actually propose that we do it with a minor amendment.
Okay.
Okay. So may I just give a brief?
Wait for one.
No second. No second.
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for an okay. Motion dies for lack of a second. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make the motion and then we can discuss it. I make a motion to approve Resolution 2410 Watershed Planning Loan Authorization with two minor amendments. Under B, add at the end, and loan agreement number R74102. And under number 1, where it says financing loan authorized, to remove and the interest rate not to exceed 0.89%.
So that's being removed?
That's being removed,
Okay.
that line.
And not replaced with anything, so.
No.
So we are not
So it just says 100%, and I'll explain it in a second, but that's the motion
principal forgiveness.
Second.
for principal forgiveness of contract.
Okay, so motion and second, you can discuss now.
Okay, so basically, I was putting this into motion because it's timely. We want to move forward. It's a forgivable loan, so it's like a grant because they're going to give us 100% forgiveness for $100,000 up to $100,000.
Okay.
But we kind of have to go through the language that it's a loan. And
So-
even though we are going to get 100% principal
Will
forgiveness.
this? So sometimes you agree to the loan and then there's the possibility of forgiveness. So if we take out that percentage, are we not agreeing to a loan, but we are agreeing to a loan forgiveness? Because I don't know if that's going to fly.
No, we are going to say here, it says on the condition that the principal amount of the loan is not more than $100,000 and that we're going to get $100,000 eligible for principal forgiveness.
Eligible.
So the way initially I was just giving, like basically they gave me an example. We have like 10 exhibits for every grant, we had to like give an example. This basically gives Melissa the authority to finish up with the various things. We need to get a lawyer letter to review the contract and all that kind of stuff. But in this case, because it's 100%, so the deal is this. We have been told we're going to get 100% forgiveness. The only reason we would not get 100% forgiveness is if we dawdle and then other people get in ahead of us and that we're late in the line and they run out of money. I have been like getting everything in, like every exhibit in. I've been in real pain getting it in so that we are going to be at the top of the line and get 100% forgiveness. I've been told we're going to get it. The only snafu would be if like this lawyer letter takes forever or something, but then it would come back to council if we don't get 100% forgiveness. If we don't get 100% forgiveness, we'll probably get something like 90% forgiveness or something. So then we could come back and discuss it. But it's going to be.
That doesn't tarnish it in any way by making that assumption?
No, and the reason that they don't come up with the actual amount until the time that we start paying the loan back. So the way it's going to work is we're going to start asking, once we get the loan agreement, like one of the first things we're going to do on this is Civil West is going to do some basic engineering. I think it's going to cost $35,000. So they're going to go out, do that design. They're going to start taking the money. As soon as we pay them and have the receipt, then we ask for the money. And then we keep doing that. And then when the project's done, it may be that we only spend 70,000 or maybe we spend 99,000. Then when we're done, they will forgive all that has been spent. And if we don't spend it all, we're not on the hook for it. And if we wanted to go over the 100,000, which we're not going to do, it's going to end up falling under, I think, at this point. We could possibly even get more, but it would not be forgiven at that point.
Can we get staff time for it? Does it include staff time?
I forget what the budget is, but we have grant administration in the budget, and that is going to be a combination of CCD as well as the project manager is going to be the Soil and Water Conservation District. So a lot of these grants, the goal is to just say, here's what it is, you go do it. But the problem is with all of these grants, Dina still needs to write the checks. And so, but with CC, so there's a little bit of discussion, I think, on that still to be had. But that's, sometimes they let you do that, sometimes they don't. And when we're working with CCD, I think the goal is that they line everything up, they do all the reporting. They basically say, Dina, we need to check for this, so they minimize our overhead.
They end up being the administrator, basically, right?
So I trust you completely, but if this fails, that's $100,000 that goes on top of the water fund next year when we're going through budget. You understand?
No. What do you mean if it fails?
Well, if it failed to be funded for whatever reason, which it doesn't sound like it would be.
Well, but then it doesn't apply. It only applies if we get 100% principal forgiveness.
Okay.
That's what it says, contingent upon.
Right. So we're not going to do this unless we get it free.
Yeah, on the condition that we are getting the 100%.
Okay.
And if it's free, you don't have to worry about the interest or the 0.089.
I'm good.
Okay. Any other discussion on that?
Nope.
I'll call for the question. Councillor Podwitz?
Tim, yes.
Councillor Rask?
Yes.
Councillor Webb?
Webb, yes.
Councillor Burns?
Yes.
Councillor Tidy?
Yes.
Councillor Velisis?
Yes.
I threw him off and he went, oh.
I had to switch it up.
You did.
I
challenged
switch
him.
it up.
That was
I
a
tried
challenge.
to-
That was a challenge.
I kind of always feel like I pick on Gary for the hard votes. Though. See, I don't know. I don't do it on purpose. But I was thinking after this, like, God, do I always call on
You
Gary?
did
first?
call him out on
Yeah.
You called him out on that.
Sorry, Gary. It's not. It's not planned.
Gary
I
was
think
like,
it's when I'm mad. I look to the left, and you're the first one I see. Okay, so now we're into discussion on the CCD grant writing.
but I was the same way. 'Cause
During fiscal year 2024, approximately 40,000 was budgeted for grant writing services but never utilized, and the council has expressed desire to retain grant writing services to find and apply for grants that could facilitate improvements to the city infrastructure. Oregon Commerce and Compliance Division offers such a service and grant management services to smaller municipalities such as Port Orford. This was previously brought to the council in July of 22, but never followed up on. The information from that time has been included as supplemental material.
Sorry, it hasn't because it was outdated.
Okay.
And is this not, or do you want to correct me the correction?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not the commercial and compliance division, it's the other CCD.
Oh, the Coos Curry
Curry
Douglas
Development.
Development, CCD. Well, there's.
Lehigh and them over at GCD, right?
I mean, I can't tell you how to motion, but you could in theory do that.
Well, but I don't know if I like, this motion is pretty open-ended. You know what I mean? Like direct staff to look for more grant writing opportunities. That's kind of open-ended for them.
We could also say don't do it, or we could table it and
I just feel like
hammer
we
out.
already have this.
I would love for grant writing opportunities for a playground, guys. For 3 years, I've begged for it. I mean, man, come to our playground. It's gross.
Well, all we have to do is make sure that we get CCD to help us when that grant is open. And I think they'd be willing to do it. And the thing is not, or we could ask them to do it, or we could hire somebody else to do it.
I would love to do it. I begged for it, guys. Literally, for the kids of this community to get a playground here is what's needed, honestly.
To who?
There's a grant that we talked about, that grant, Greg. There's a grant for state parks that could help get that.
Yeah, there's tons of grants for this stuff, but we just never apply for them.
So there's a grant every year from the state of Oregon.
So many grants that
We
we
got
don't.
50 grand one year to do Battle Rock Park, which actually needs to be redone again, the trails. They're just all overgrown.
There's an Oregon State Lottery grant that I've tried to ask to apply for 3 years that would fund our entire playground, and it's never been applied for. So I don't know what to say, guys.
But all Parks needs to do is come with that application to the city, and then we can say, yeah, go for it.
Recommendation. I think, like, for example, just how this has been working is like, for when we hire a contract with CCD, they charge $1,000 to write a grant. So far is what it seems. Maybe it would be different, but that's about what it costs. And so far that's been a pretty good deal.
Oh, it's a real good deal.
But the problem is, or the back end is, who's administering the grants and how and all that. And that's, I know. So I think what Pat is saying is right, is just bring the specific proposal. And I think if I remembered correctly, that's open. Well, one of them was open like January to April. Is there another one coming up, Greg, that you're aware of?
Yeah, it's coming up. We just missed it in April, so it's probably opening in a couple of months, I think.
Well, I think that one is January through April. I don't know if
There's a ton more that we can apply for. That was just one.
But but that's the kind of thing. Like, for instance, that when we talked to that guy from Coquille, that big grant, like, that's pretty teed up. So to me, it seems like we need to get the information on something like that, and then we can. So as far as this motion, it's for the CCD grant writing. So do we want to kind of tee this up and be ready with CCD, or like what? We don't really need to spend anything.
Well, I think I had a conversation with Lehigh about this, and he said, sure, I could do that. I think the deadline was, he didn't get asked until like right around there was some snafu this year. It didn't happen in time or something. And then the only other thing, like, I think Melissa would say to us is I'm hoping that once we get this new finance person in play, that we'll have more capacity on the back end, because every single one of these grants, I actually just had to start making a spreadsheet. There's like 50 things to do for each one. And if you had a volunteer in Parks who's doing that, like right now, Toby's doing it for the community building. She's writing grants for the extra part that's not part of the grant.
But the city has to know, just like you were saying about the finance, because if not, we get audited and we get in trouble. We got to make sure, that's the only problem. Make sure that the finance person's always involved in those.
Yeah, right.
Biggest thing. And we have $40,000 in our budget for this line item.
For the parks, for the playground.
No, this 40,000.
I'm not
the 40,000 we're talking about.
We have it in this budget?
Yeah.
For what?
For this CCD, $40,000 was budgeted for grant writing services.
Oh, okay. I can't believe that.
I can't remember it. That's what I'm asking.
This is fiscal year 24. Does that mean 23, 24 or 24, 25?
I don't know.
I remember it in 23, 24, but
we don't have enough information.
Go ahead, Joseph.
That information was from last year's budget.
Oh,
okay.
So we don't have $40,000.
Right.
No. I couldn't confirm or deny that.
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do either.
We don't. We don't. We would have, when we were scraping for money and talking about the stuff we were talking about, we probably would have robbed it.
And I don't say that proudly.
Okay, so that kind of makes this.
Can we just table this?
I was thinking that too. Well, the timeline on it, is there anything that we got the stuff that we needed done for the actual wordage on the grants?
What we could do is we could ask, I can just ask Lehigh. The thing I was going to say with Melissa is I know she kind of wants us to have priorities, because if we're always asking staff to do too many different things, it can be a problem. But if we want to, we can say to Lehigh, hey, can you be on the lookout for the next playground grant?
Mm-hmm.
We want to do it, or let us know about it. And then at that point, we could make the decision, or we could direct him to do it now.
No, but that to me, like, that's clean. Like, we direct staff to touch base with CCD to pursue parks funding. Like, that's something that everybody has been chomping at the bit for. It's something we've established, so we really don't have the money to feel good about doing that. So maybe it will appease some people if we direct staff to have CCD pursue funding for parks.
In-kind grants are gonna be what we're looking for.
Right. Well, that one big grant was.
We've got money for that. We've got money on the line item for parks to match stuff, guys. I have money. You know what I mean? There's $80,000 in a playground fund right now in this year. I've got match money. I just need grants. I just need money. That money.
Amazing about how you're positioned, Greg, is you, like everything else, there's no grant, no match money, but you have match money because of the parks funding source. So I would say.
Yeah, we should already have a community pool over there.
I would entertain a motion to direct staff to connect with CCD and pursue parks funding.
Sounds wonderful.
Should we be more specific for the specific thing in the parks? For the
Playground
parks. But I don't want to blinders on because there's a huge grant out there that's going to be a lot more than just playground equipment. The big grant could be
in-ground pool.
That's what I'm saying. Like that, it's millions. It's not
indoor.
Indoor. Just two parks.
Greg wants to bring me. I'll write grant for playground equipment if he wants to connect with.
Everybody heard that, right?
I heard it.
Okay. Thank you, Perry.
Greg, if you want to bring me the information on the grants, I'll write a grant for you.
I'll forward it to you right now.
Okay.
We're rolling.
And the thing is, if we get you, I mean, we're connecting with Lehigh on this. We get them to be the grant administrator and and advise and keep their eyes out too. So he is like, Lehigh is just amazing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, CCD is amazing.
He was like texting me today about another. He's always like, "Oh my God, I found $500,000 for you," and "Oh my God," about water stuff. But it doesn't.
Wow.
There's different things. That's like possibly for match money if we get the brick. But
wow,
that's how he's.
Nice.
Where were we at on the?
Garden memo.
Oh yeah, garden.
Oh, no,
the garden meter.
Did we pass that?
No, I entertained a motion, but nothing.
Yeah, I guess we didn't even get a motion. Huh?
Oh, okay. I make a motion.
So there was no motion.
I make a motion that I so move that we make a motion to direct staff to check in with CCD about possibilities for playground funding.
Parks
funding. Sorry. Thank you.
Second that.
Where are you from originally? You say sorry differently.
What? New England.
Okay, that's right. It's in New England. Sorry. No one I didn't recognize it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
No.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Councilor Webb?
Webb, yes.
Councilor Rask?
Yes.
Councilor Tidy?
Yes.
Councilor Pogwitz?
Tim, yes.
Councilor Velisis?
Yes.
Councilor Burns?
Yes.
Okay. Now, garden meter policy.
So that would I move to, did we not move to table or postpone or whatever word we use these days till the next regular meeting when staff is available to assist in the discussion and determination? It's a pretty long motion, huh?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Second that.
So we're
But
gonna.
you can still put your correct, you can still get your corrections.
I'm going to make my corrections, and the next time I will propose that we have a corrected version that doesn't have to make the corrections. Because I consulted with John, and there's something in here that just needs to be, I think the language needs to be cleaned up. So I will do that.
It's not a fire.
But it won't hurt us too bad because we can do the 2 readings and.
We should try to. Try to.
And this is one of those things we just want to nip in the butt. You know what I mean? Like it's important, but like we don't want to spend too much.
It's just clean up something that's.
Well, there's people out there going to find.
There's problems that happen, like problems happen with this every week because of it not being here.
Because we make everything so hard. It's an honor system thing. And that's, it seems like we put a few parameters in of you can't bring the reading in 3 years after the fact. You know what I mean? Or like,
there needs to be some limits on it.
I like the,
know that.
I'm biased. I like the gardening meters.
What it costs us. I mean, that was one of the things, right?
Yeah.
Did we miss something about, we missed TLT.
Water, they're just not paying for the sewer.
On stuff, because we needed to approve the TLT. There was something that was supposed to, checks haven't gone out.
Why haven't they?
Because something needed to be approved.
2 things. One, We have not had a vote on the motion and a second. If we had a motion, a second, no vote, then we can get to your question, Counselor Ask, if that's all right. Okay.
Oh, gotcha. So the motion was to table this till next meeting. Webb,
Yes.
Elias,
Yes.
Rask,
Yes.
Pogwitz,
Tim, yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Heidi.
No.
Okay. So now we're on to some TLT issues that I'm not aware of.
Sounds like it.
So it was in the consent calendar. The minutes had to be amended to show in the discussion how much each project was going to receive.
Okay.
So
So
it was
it's
taken care of
So we
during the
approved it.
consent calendar.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, I got 2 blank pages in front of me. What's that mean?
Okay,
That's the
so
meditation part of.
is there any citizen concerns online? Is there anyone online with concerns? You're probably sleeping.
If they've been here this long, they deserve a chance to speak.
Counselors?
I have a concern. So we all have different opinions on a golf course. We're all good people and we're all working through it. I resent somebody coming up to council and saying that I've never received a penny for anything I've done for the city, and I never will. And that's the way I would like it to be forever. So I think we're an honest group. I think we're a fair group, and I think we do our due diligence.
And I think that what Ann was saying earlier about we need to be able to openly discuss these things will really help to make people feel better.
I agree. I agree with you, but it's never, so it was stagnant for years and years and years, and then it was still kind of stagnant, and then COVID come along, and I don't care what anybody says, there's people still wearing masks out there. So you tell me how many years it's been. It's been a long time, and it's affected everything in this country and abroad.
In the world.
But right before I became city councilor, I was involved in it. The county did that real weird end run where
Right.
people didn't even listen to the city and changed all the zoning out there from UGB to.
Right.
And so that was, I was down there for the meeting. Greg was down there. We saw who was talking in the hallways with realtors and blah, 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 So there's stuff that's been happening.
Absolutely.
That doesn't necessarily reflect on us, but I'm just saying that vibe's out there. So when I listen to it, I try not to take it personally.
I try not to too.
I know what you're saying because I know, Tim, you work your butt off. And
Yep.
I feel like
I've got hundreds of hours in on this topic. Hundreds.
honest.
It's no, anytime that's on the agenda, it just horrifies me because of what we've been through.
Why
And
I
I
stayed
think-
home.
I think I was respectful in my comment.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But I hear you, but
You're always respectful.
What was I?
Unless they know the different shades of you, they'll never be able to tell.
When I get beat red, that's the shade.
I know. I'm a little purple myself, but I know exactly where you're at. I want to play poker with you so bad.
Anyway, I don't get that excited about it, but I have not worked with a council involved in this whole process that's ever done anything different than what we're doing.
It's not your fault. This is Mayor Pat Cox's. Sorry. I'll stop right there. Any other?
I looked at that the other day for the first time. Oh my gosh,
Spit your
somebody's.
coffee out.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, any other council?
Hey, really quick, I don't know, it's because I don't know, when's the appropriate time so there's something I would like us to talk about?
Mhm.
Is this when I bring it up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Anna and I were talking the other day just about the homeless thing and what was going on, and it gets worse when everybody moves next to Ray's and stuff. Have we ever thought about selling that lot?
We talked about.
The county.
The county ended up getting in trouble for selling something for $1.
Yeah, they just tried to do that and they got.
They leased it. They're being sued currently.
Sell it for real?
Well, didn't we? So we talked about looking at some of our assets and liquidating some of them. Not that one in particular, but all of our lots.
We put it on a list to do.
It was on a to-do list, and I think that's, given our current financial situation, and the potential shortfalls, I don't think that we necessarily, some of these properties, we just don't, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
You know,
They're-
we could,
They're
you know,
junk
tax
little
revenue.
pieces, a lot of them.
I really think that we should maybe put a subcommittee together, but then we had the finance group that was gonna look at it, or what was that?
We have a whole list of.
That
Yeah,
is
we've still got a list,
I
and
gave it to you. I actually brought copies for
And I
everybody, but
will-
don't think I brought it this time.
I will have a meeting. I was gonna schedule one in July, but knowing with the 4th of July and I had family here, I just knew it wouldn't get done. So next month,
I
we
just
will
wonder
have.
if that's not a big enough thing to appoint a subcommittee specifically to look at
Yeah.
the city-owned properties.
Yeah.
About sending that to planning. I mean,
Well, here's the other thing.
land use issues.
Planning's got their whole housing thing, but what I would suggest first, honestly, is that we look at that list and we say, okay, here's there were 15 ideas that came out, some of which are low hanging fruit of the list of what are financial ways to, I put the title.
Right.
Maker. And pick the top 3 and tackle them. I don't know if that's the best one for the first thing to do. It is one that's come up, but I
I'm
think
saying
we
if we
should
put it separated.
if we look at that, then we could decide what are the top 3 we want to do and go for it. And that one may be one, or it may be well, let's do the first other 3. I don't know.
Well, an acre lot in Port Orford right now is about $100,000 and up.
And then tax revenue.
As soon as you sell property, you're losing. No, it's hard.
Once you sell it, you get to collect tax revenue for the rest.
No,
the rest of time.
That's an angle I
it.
Where it's at. And also, kids in school and potentially new.
No, I know, it's just a slippery slope.
It
It's,
is.
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know the face value. It's just then the next guy's like, well, you sold that to that guy. Why don't you sell me
You
that?
don't have to sell the ones you think that you need to hold on to. You sell the one, start with the.
That's what I'm talking about, a committee to determine which
No,
ones.
and I hear you on the face. It's totally, I just worry about starting that cycle and then people have
So
leverage down the road when they want
It's
to.
not like we're selling off, we would be selling off wooded forest land or.
Would. I'm just saying, setting the precedent makes me a little bit leery, but I'm not
These are
disagreeing.
like some crappy little lots that make no sense to own.
There's one at the end
Yeah,
of,
and a lot of right of ways.
there's one at the end of Madrona that's just like a strip along a guy's property. And he's
Yeah.
approached me several times about it.
Wants to buy it.
And yeah, I mean, it's no good to the city. It's
No.
a strip right along the road that joins his property.
You know, something else we might
20
consider,
feet or
or
something.
that committee might consider, is we have all these right of way people with their fences and everything else.
Right.
Sell that to them and let them pay tax on it.
Well, it wouldn't be a right of way use permit.
Well,
If you sold it to
The
them, it
people
would
that
be.
put the,
Yeah.
well, no. Right now, it's the city street is 90 feet wide.
Right.
They go after their fence out 15 feet into the
Right.
street. And you just approach them and say, would you like to buy that 15 feet?
Yeah.
Some of them have right of ways. But anyway, Joe's
Yeah.
saying something. Some of them have lines and electric, and so we
Yeah.
can't, we have to
Well,
have-
But it's worth
you would
looking
have
at
to be
them.
careful with it. I mean,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
worth looking at the list.
It's like, can you use that for leverage in a bond? I'm like, we'll grant you this extra 20 feet if you support this water bond.
Yes, you could.
I mean, I
couldn't, but you could.
Joseph has something.
1 second. So 2 quick things. Actually, I'm gonna just script one of them because it's almost already 10. By consensus, do you want me to add selling lots and vacating right of ways as a discussion item on next meeting's agenda?
No.
Okay.
I don't know that we're ready for that. I just wanted, that was like my little spiel here at the end.
Right, and it's something to think about, and if we come back and put it on the agenda at a later time, I just don't know if
We
we're
need
ready.
tax revenue.
I think it's something.
And that would take that problem away from the middle of town.
I think it's something the finance committee.
And I'm not even speaking of that.
I drove by that lot the other day and there was a fire going.
Oh, was there?
Like somebody had a campfire going.
Yeah,
So
but
I
I'm
get
not
out
talking
and I
about
stopped
that.
myself
I
from
mean-
cussing, but it's like, what are you doing?
I know.
And they started trying to, I'm like, no, you're lucky that it's me. You're going to get
Yeah.
like the lights coming here in 2 seconds, and they covered it up and put it out. But it's like, it's scary. And it's like
They got
sometimes
fires going.
people have outlandish claims, but they're not that outlandish, you know?
So the Supreme Court just decided that.
I mean, the wind was blowing like crazy
I was
last week.
leaving my house, I'm like, what is that? It's like, that's not a cigarette. And then by JD Autos. So, and then, put the gas on because I'm thinking there's a fire and there is a fire, but it's somebody with a hibachi and wood in it and little Gora's plant.
So now they're gonna hose that charcoal out really nice.
All they
To the point of like, there's no argument here. Just put it out and keep it out. And like,
Put it out, I'm gonna disappear.
So our ordinance says you have to leave. And last time we were here, we asked Hank and he said, oh yeah, we're enforcing it, but we're not. I don't think we are enforcing
Now,
it.
I've driven by on that Idaho side and there's been some tents set up right there that have been there for a week or 2 or 3 or
Yeah.
longer.
We'll ask Hank.
But can we like put this on in 3 months maybe on our agenda?
Well, and the other thing is that group, I understand from talking to Jen, or no, from
Right,
you
and
too,
Jen.
the homeless group is gonna meet again, right? Pat and Jen and,
For winter time or something?
no.
No,
I
here,
mean, to prepare to gear up for the winter.
hopefully in a few weeks.
Connect after the Supreme Court.
Oh, to decide what that means. I'd like,
Maybe we should.
I guess I should read more into that. When I read the article that I read made me think that,
I can send you the.
You can ask them to move on now.
yeah.
Not much really happened with the Supreme Court thing,
Well, they said that you can ask them, you can tell them to leave
Yep.
Yeah.
off
You
of
can
public
say-
property.
but you still have to be, you can still get sued. The county got sued.
Yeah, but that was
Well, the
prior
county
to
did
the,
something
that
different.
was prior to SCOTUS. That was, yeah, that was,
Was it?
Yeah, it was. But we still have to follow state law is the bottom line.
does state law say that we have to do that?
The state law has those like reasonable, what is it, time and place things, and then that you have to
Store their stuff and
properly notice it and all
Well,
that.
we can establish that as a non-area then. That we can say that's not the time or the place. That is not the place.
Right, but then we have to come up with another one.
Right.
we do still have to come up with another, there still does need to be an area regardless of.
I gotta read that decision. I guess I gotta familiarize look at all the.
You should ask an attorney.
I thought I read that decision and they found that the city of Grants Pass did not do anything wrong by doing what they did.
So I don't understand that then, I
But the
guess.
state then has.
Oh, the state still has their plan.
So the
to
state
time,
has
place.
law
After the Supreme Court after the court initially, whatever it was, the Ninth Circuit told Grants Pass, there was a Boise decision, then there was the Grants Pass
Right.
decision. The state of Oregon came up with a fix, and that was the time and place thing.
Since the Supreme Court
No,
decision?
No.
Before, right.
And we passed that, so that's the law that's still standing.
Okay.
So until the legislature goes back and amends it, and they probably will in the next session somehow.
All right.
We're still on the state law. We can't say, oh.
Right.
That's real nice.
So we have to ask our lawyer how to do it, but I think that it would behoove us, I love that word. It would behoove us to,
Which one, the
yeah,
who or does?
behoove.
Oh.
I was impressed
You
with
know.
our attorney online, by the way.
Oh, I was.
I like
too.
the
I
infantilis,
like her attitude.
Yeah, and I liked the letter before.
in that letter that.
Oh, I wrote the word down. I was gonna look it up later.
It
I'll
means tiny,
report back to
but
you.
like, it means tiny, but infinitesimal, that's one, yeah, I like
That's
that.
not the one I wrote down. I wrote down a different one. I was like, what did she just say?
I
And
know,
I wrote it down. She's sharp.
I know, I was like, I know Clark's smart,
No,
but.
she's sharp. She's sharp.
Okay, so is there any other counselor concerns?
Good job, everybody. Thank you.
10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks, everybody.
You guys are awesome. Have a great
Bye,
rest of your
Greg.
week.